is just not a thing at all.
It's really not. Again, I
And I believe
Hello?
we are live. Yes, perfect. I just had to turn on the audio. Cool.
Hello, hello.
Yes,
Hello,
welcome everyone.
everybody.
Let's see here. Cyber Goji. Hi. Welcome to tonight's stream. We were actually just talking about that shirt a little bit before stream.
Yes, I have been watching a lot of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and she wears a lot of like sheer floral shirts because it's very 90s. So I wanted to do my favorite Slayer proud, um, and be stylish.
I am
So,
also very 90s.
as a 90s kid,
My
you know.
hair
Yeah.
is very 90s.
Look at us go. We're really killing it as a team. So, yes, welcome to Turntables RPG. I forgot that because I am keeper this week, I am the one who has to do all of the speaking and things. We are a experimental tabletop role-playing game stream. Our keeper rotates with every mystery. Right now, we are playing a game called Monster of the Week. If you are here for the first time, we are halfway through my mystery, but in any case, you'll figure out what's going on fairly quickly. A couple of announcements. Please follow us at Turntables RPG on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and of course here on Twitch. That would be greatly appreciated. We also have a Discord, which someone can definitely pop into the chat. Please join us there. It's a lot of fun. What else? We have really wonderful character art created by Patrick Costa, whose tag name, username is PCInc_. They definitely have a Twitter and Instagram. I am not sure of anything else. I think those are the two big ones from me. Would Dustin like to talk about Zeldathon this week?
Hi, I would like to talk about Zeldathon this week, so let me do that. Hi, I'm going to keep talking about Zeldathon until it has passed. So, Zeldathon is a group of people who gather together, typically twice yearly, in order to raise money for charity. Obviously, during the pandemic going on right now, we're not able to gather in person, but we are still having an online event at zeldathon.net or twitch.tv/zeldathon. And we are going to be playing games and raising money for charity. The charity this time is for Charity Water. I am going to be a part of the stream myself. I'm going to be commentating on one of my really good friends' playthroughs of Kirby's Adventure. That is going to be at 5:30 Central Time AM on the 30th of December. So it's going to be quite early, and I understand if you can't make it, but if you can, great. If not, just tune in anytime. We're going to be it's 24/7 stream. And we are going to be constantly raising money, and I'm super excited about it. This is something I'm very passionate about, and I'm very excited to be a part of. So I'd love to see you guys come and hang out, and I'll see you in chat if nothing else, because I'm going to be around doing a lot of things. You can also follow them on Twitter at Zeldathons with an S on the end, because someone beat us to Zeldathon and won't give it to us because they're very mean. But yeah, we will likely be on the front page of Twitch at points as well, so you may just see us just in case you forget. But regardless, hope to see you guys there, and I'll pass it on over to Soul with the weather. Soul?
I was gonna try and be a weatherman, but I dropped the ball with the I just lost every modicum of improv that I have in my body. But what I will say is that this week is the kickoff for our Path to Affiliate week in and of itself. This is our first stream. Everyone has been super supportive, and because of that, we only have one qualification left to qualify for affiliate, and that is streaming on 7 days in a row, or consecutively, technically. Anyway,
over the course of a month.
Over the course of the month, exactly. And unfortunately, because we do this weekly, every single time we get to the little cusp, we get knocked down by 1 week because 1 week has passed. So we are cracking down this week, and this this Tuesday we have our Monster of the Week stream. Tomorrow night we are going to be having a live game stream with some of the cast who are available to come play. We have Jackbox games lined up at the moment, and we are currently still looking into a couple games such as maybe Phantasmaphobia or Stardew Valley, two totally different tonal games in reality, but they're fun co-op games that we can all kind of like join together and have fun with. And that's what we really want to do tomorrow night, is just kind of like chill out. It's kind of hectic this time of year, with maybe finals and maybe deadlines and things of that nature. So it'd be nice to just kind of like sit down and hang out and just kind of relax. And that's what tomorrow night is for. This Saturday, speaking of relaxing, we will be streaming the recording of our Animal Crossing New Horizons, let's say Cast Island Tour. Yeah, that's the name. Sure. And I invited the rest of the cast onto our stream, or onto my island, and my and my fiance's island, Amity Isle. And I was very excited to do so because even though it's not like competitive Animal Crossing, it was a lot of fun, and I really wanted to invite people over. We have an obstacle course. I like to think my house is pretty cool. So yeah, we want to share that with you. So please come join us. And then on that Saturday night, that should be the 7th day in a month, and that would push us over. So we'll definitely all try to be in chat on Saturday for sure, as it is streaming. But we would love to see you at all of these events. No worries if you can't make it to every one, but if you just want to pop in and say hi, that'd be awesome too. But we appreciate y'all very much and your continuing support. And I'll toss it back to Masha and see what she has planned for us.
Yes, if I don't unmute myself, how will you know what I am about to say? So, as some of you may have already noticed, we are down someone this week. Either that or Mars's mystery has come true, and we have all become characters inside effectively a video game.
How are you feeling, Chris? Oh, Chris. Oh, God. That's...
Oh, he's sneezing everywhere. Yeah. Disgusting. So, Chris is out of town this week. However... the intro this week, I think, will be a clip that I recorded with him last night, where we kind of went over a brief thing that happened, and I will play that audio file now as long as Groovy is kind to me. So I will go ahead and play.
We miss you, Chris.
Is it playing or is it just queued?
I think it's just queued. Dash next, I think. Should set it up.
Yeah, don't mind me clicking next for the next like 15 minutes. It's chill. Oh, and I guess while I'm waiting for it to come up, this music is again Adrian von Ziegler's stuff. I parsed it down a little bit. I feel like there was a little too much party music last time for some serious moment. So. Aha! As follows. Chuck, Teddy, and Apophis are standing in awe as yet another member of this Renaissance fair collapses before them after having seemingly been possessed by some kind of strange spirit. Chuck, suddenly you feel very odd. This feeling hits you the moment that Teddy catches Luis as he falls to the ground, and it feels like there's someone else inside your head. And you pause for a moment and you hear, "Ah, Chuck, nice to formally meet you in this way."
Look, you gotta take me out to Big Cities before you do this kind of thing.
I knew you were the funny one. You know, your friends are so funny, running around like chickens with their heads chopped off, trying to
catch me before I finish what I'm up to.
Well, in all honesty, I don't think they're that funny. I think they're just they do things, and I think it's a little stupid sometimes, but they're okay. I enjoy them.
That's good. I'm happy to hear that. I think. Well, listen,
Could you
Chuck.
please get out of my head?
Oh, well, just a moment, if you don't mind. I'm rooting around in here to see if there's anything that I need.
Wow, that's a feels like an invasion of privacy. I don't even let Facebook look at my or any kind of social media website do that to me. So I please ask you to respect the privacy.
Hmm. You know, there's not much in here that I do need. I think I can find the last piece of my puzzle without you. And I hope that in the meantime, you have a nice rest. And
Honestly, I feel offended.
And as we take a quick zoom out, we also see Chuck kind of frozen here, like brow furrowed in thought, commotion going on around him as this other man has collapsed. And all of a sudden, Chuck drops to as the spirit is just barely seen leaving his body. What happens next happens very quickly. Anne and Alex, a little bit further ahead in this parade procession, turn around, and before anyone knows it, Anne has made her way over to Chuck and immediately angel wings him away, presumably somewhere safe. She's back in just a moment, tells everybody that hopefully he'll be all right, and vanishes again.
I'm dead. Oh no, oopsie.
Chuck is not actually dead. We would riot.
Yeah, that was just a goofy thing. So, welcome back
The real question
to
is-
Monster of the Week.
Ooh, good. And
Elsa
we're
Day.
back.
Elsa, you made me laugh. You got me. Again, what
10
else?
points for Elsa.
Beautiful.
It's what he would have wanted.
Okay.
So I think that regardless of the, I guess, gentle cliffhanger I just left us off on, it is probably worth doing a bit of a recap, just so that everybody's on the same page and you guys can kind of compare notes. I hesitate to do the thing where I just kind of call on people. Is there anyone who would like to kind of give the gist of what happened.
I can, if you'd like, I can take a stab at it.
Go for it.
So we are currently at a Renaissance fair in the San Francisco Bay Area. It's kind of like a more secluded, foresty space in and of itself. We spent the first day kind of like doing our own individual activities. Alex went off and had a rousing fencing duel with King Jimbo, who is one of the Renaissance Fair employees who told Alex that he would be jousting in the Renaissance Fair in the coming days. Apophis went off and got their fortunes told, and by I believe. Yes, by a tarot reader named Dina, and then Chuck and Teddy went around. Chuck bought a duffel bag full of turkey legs, and Teddy managed to kind of like square off some time with a blacksmith's forge in order to start making a little doodad for Apophis. The next day. The following day, we went back to the tarot tent because Apophis had told the party about this very somewhat accurate / scary tarot reader, and we wanted to kind of like gauge a little bit more about like what was up with that in general.
Apophis had also had a dream about the tarot reader like dying / like kind of keeling over /
yes.
Not looking so
right
good.
Apophis' dream. I just didn't read it. But yes, Apophis had a dream. That's why we went to the tent. Alex, Teddy, and Chuck individually went into the tent while Apophis kind of like stood in the back observing, and we got our individual fortunes told. However, I believe I'm trying to remember. Alex was... No. Was it Alex? Alex, you were the one who went with Dina, right?
Yes.
Yes, that's right. And so Alex was with Dina, and as we were getting our tarot readings, she kind of like exuded a very weird energy and was able to kind of like very accurately kind of like pierce Alex's, not mental armor per se, but maybe like his fate armor or like destiny armor. That sounds cool. And he and it left kind of Alex like awestruck with her visions and tellings. However, at that moment in time, Alex witnessed a spirit leave Dina's body, and then she collapsed to the ground, still breathing, but she seemed to have collapsed. And so we all kind of like sprung into action, and you know, her coworkers were talking about how, you know, it gets hot inside the tent, so that's probably fine. But after a little bit of snooping around, and witnessing a sword swallower also pass out, we found out that the spirit seems to be hopping from like attention, or from employees who are getting a lot of attention during the Ren Fair in and of themselves. I think that's pretty much the gist of that first part. From the part where we're about to come up, we were standing in the middle of the Ren Fair watching a parade pass us. Alex was speaking with Anne, and then Luis the blacksmith that Teddy was helping, came up to him and gave him kind of like a finished product of the item that Teddy was trying to craft. At that same point in time, Luis collapsed and the spirit ejected, and apparently Chuck also collapsed at the exact same time, and Anne was able to whisk him away. And now we are kind of like in the middle of this parade. I have Luis's, you know, super swole body in my arms, as revelry is happening all around us. And I think that was everything. Please add something in if I'm wrong.
You only forgot the most important thing, and that is there flavored lube?
Oh yes, I scratched that out of my notes on purpose. But thank you, Dustin,
No problem.
keeping Chris's flame alive.
Yep.
He's not gone. He's watching the stream as we speak.
Do you see that sneeze? We don't know.
We don't know.
I think he's also bleeding.
Yeah, this is a preview for whoever gets to watch the stream on Saturday. It's mostly Chris chasing us around and sneezing on us.
Yes,
so if you
that's
want to
true.
see that, please please tune in then.
Spoilers.
Yeah, sorry to ruin anybody's good time. Was there already mention of the turkey duffel bag?
Yes, I mentioned. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Just making sure the turkey duffel bag was my personal favorite part of the last session, primarily because as people were like passing out, Chuck was just like, "Hey, turkey leg for your troubles," and people were like, "No, I need water. Like, please help me." So, to bring it back in, yes, what has happened now is not only has the blacksmith Luis just collapsed in front of you, so too has your friend Chuck. What are you all doing in this moment?
Question: is this right after Anne takes him away, like after the end of the description for the prologue, or do we see like Chuck collapse?
I think you see Chuck collapse.
Mm-hmm.
However, Anne is there, gone, and back so rapidly that you don't have much time to react as it happens. So I think that anything that's going to happen now is kind of in that after time. But it's been 15, 30 seconds, something like that.
Gotcha. I think for sure in that time, Teddy has been like calling out for a medic for Louise. And he probably kind of stopped himself midway from yelling Chuck's name as he disappeared because he figured that Anne probably got to him. But he doesn't know, like, he has no idea. He just saw Chuck drop, so no idea what happened.
So it's targeting us now, too.
Louise! No!
Teddy.
My boy!
Teddy.
My
Teddy.
boy!
Teddy.
You gotta slap me across the face. My boy!
With his vampire strength, he punches Teddy in the
Oh.
Roll kicks the
Vampire, the giant snake god monster.
Yeah,
so...
like, what I want to imagine is Alex does it and does it like lightly to snap him out of it, and then Apophis just goes like attack mode and just
Gotta use some
Yeah.
force perspective for the size of Apophis' hands.
Yeah. Apophis is like, oh, we're hitting things now? I can do that.
Yeah, sorry if you guys wanted my mystery. I'm just gonna let these guys fight each other. That's what's happening.
PvP. Hey, we're entering into a tournament. PvP. Let's go. Now's the time.
Yes, the loser has to leave the stream. Sorry, I don't make the rules.
Well, Chris already
See,
lost.
if Chuck's body
Yeah.
was here, Teddy would be doing the same thing for Chuck's body, but he's not here.
That's
so.
fair. Yeah, so I think a few moments pass and a couple of medics run up. I think that they run up with a couple of other folks. The parade has all but dispersed at this point. And the medics come in and they pick up this guy and take him over back to the, infirmary tent that's a bit of a ways away. Onlookers are a lot more concerned than they were before. I think some of them had seen a couple of other people collapse, but even now, members of the general populace are starting to murmur amongst themselves more. Some kids are, scared, hugging their parents' legs. It seems like what's happening is affecting everybody now, not just the three of you. I had to count boxes.
Nice. I'm proud of you.
Is I guess my question is Anne still around? Has she like stayed with us, or did she disperse with the parade?
Anne is still there. She is actually doing her part to kind of get people out of the immediate vicinity. Just, you know, like directing people away, directing people to things. You know, she doesn't officially work for the fair, but this is like her favorite thing in the whole world, so she's doing what she can.
Gotcha. I think Teddy would go up to her and just say, what happened to Chuck? Where'd you take him?
I don't know what happened. I turned around, I saw him collapse, and I don't know, something came over me. I took him to a local hospital. I just kind of dropped him off at the emergency room. I can go get him if you want.
I think
by all means, Doc.
I was just going to say you may want to get him from there and just put him back on the train. I don't think that he would want anyone getting a hold of him, if possible.
Yeah,
I don't think Chuck has insurance, so.
Ooh, that's a good point. Teddy, is it all right if I take him to your train?
Yeah, that's what the med bay's for.
Yeah, I mean, Alex, I think the med bay is technically yours, right? Can I just plop him in there and monitor him for a bit?
Place him in bed too.
What's
It's
the
already
med
got nothing. It's just that I've already got something. I've got a place set up for him there. You are bed 1, and bed 3 is for him.
Oh.
Okay, sounds good. I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that first part. And then Anne will look at all of you and just ask if you need anything else before she kind of poofs away.
Teddy kind of looks around at the group and says, "Remind me the next time we're all inside of Old Text, I'm giving you all burner phones, because I don't like this not communication that we have going on. I don't care if you use emojis to text. I don't care if it's SMS. I just want lines of communication, especially when one of our own is in critical condition and may need a doctor. So, yes. Until that time, and if you just call out to Old Text, you have permissions. So just have Old Text send me a message in case anything happens, and he holds up his phone and said, I'll make sure to get Alex to you as fast as possible.
Well, I also think that she may be able to get to us very quickly anyway.
That is also true.
Anne nods her head, and you see her eye glow, and then she's gone. So I think that the three of you can assume that Anne has whisked Chuck out of whatever emergency room he plopped into. It's been a couple of minutes, so he hasn't been served yet, and she has taken him back to Old Text.
Oh, losing Chuck is bad.
Yeah, it's targeting us now. We need to find out what this thing is and what it wants.
I know we were waiting for the jousting, but I remember that we were also talking about maybe going to that 21 and over bar and stage to question some people about Juniper, the barmaid who passed out there as well. But at this point, I'm not sure how much more we can learn. I'm still having trouble trying to track this thing.
Yes. I mean, you're not wrong in that we're probably not going to find out anything new, but is there anything else that we can do in the meantime? I mean, we've still got a few hours before the jousting tournament begins anyway, so...
What do you think, Apophis?
we go to the bar. I agree with Alex. I think there's not much for us to do in the meantime.
More than likely, Apophis, just because I'm not sure. We haven't made you an identification yet, which remind me again when we're back in the train. Probably should do that, but maybe the doc and I should go inside, and you can stay outside and just keep a watch.
Will do. I'll keep an eye out for anyone gathering too much attention.
That's probably a good idea.
Perfect.
We'll call for you if we need you, so be listening for us as well.
Yeah, I'm definitely getting you a phone.
Apophis just gives a nod and a thumbs up.
I'm just imagining Apophis trying to text and stabbing the phone with a beetle by accident.
The good old Lone Star family plan. And I guess we head over to the 21 over stage and bar.
Okay. As you are walking over to the bar, someone is leaving that area and walks right up to the three of you. She is medium height, brown hair, wearing kind of strangely generic detective clothing. She puts out her hand and says, "Ah, Teddy, Apophis, Alex. Pleased to meet the three of you."
Likewise, and you would be...
Oh, where are my manners? My name is Megan Doherty. I am a detective with Lift. Lifters who are into fantastical things. My friend Anne, she texted me that things were going kind of funky and I got here as fast as I could. And she, now that she has mentioned her title, she really looks it. She is barely fitting into her detective cloak. You can tell she's got like big, beefy powerlifter legs and big arms, and she has a bit of a foreboding presence. And like step back from the curtain, just before any of you ask me, I have decided that Lyft is a thing that exists in this world. It is literally an organization of people who like to exercise very aggressively, who in particular seek out creatures and phenomena that are related to feats of strength, fitness, just like, I know this is the goofiest thing that's ever come out of my mouth. But I just wanted to introduce that. And though Anne didn't give you a warning, you have no reason to believe that she would not be like that this woman would be lying to you.
Well, it's nice to meet you, Megan. I look at Alex.
Alex, well, so Alex has a mask on because he's still in his, but he is just like staring at her right now, just like you can imagine a look of awe on his face inside the mask, and he's very quiet though. He's gone silent. Listen, people who are taking their health seriously and also into this kind of stuff, he's into it.
Doc, you okay there?
Yeah, what? Yes, hello. My name is, I am Dr. Alexander Rose, is my name. Yes, hello.
Hi. I was told that the three of you might need a little bit of help. And she steps aside to reveal a creature behind her who, thinking back, you realize was hardly obscured by her in the first place. You see a tall creature that looks to be wearing this strange weathered stone armor. And you all squint and you see that he seems to be dressed like a tree. But you all know better. His skin is gnarled and wooden, his eyes are bright and yellow, and hey, this is as good a time as any. Eric, come on in.
Surprise!
Whoa!
Big reveal.
Big
my God.
reveal. Beautiful.
It's me. Hello, everyone.
For those who are not aware, this is Eric. He is a friend of the show and one of our producers as well. He kindly decided to be one of our guest characters tonight. Eric, welcome.
Thank you.
Also known as Osteonaut in chat.
Yes.
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 If you all have seen me surely make comments here and there. But yes, I'm happy to be on. Thank you guys for having me. I really appreciate it.
Excited to have you.
Look at
I'm
that.
as well.
So
Well-
yes.
Neutral, I guess, you know. You're all right.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
well,
okay.
that's fair.
Yes, so Megan takes a step aside and forward steps this large creature. And Eric, I'll give you your moment here. How do you want to introduce yourself to the party?
I step forward, looking. I have like this sort of like wide grin on my face. I look at the three of you, and I very quickly dip into a deep bow and say, "Hello, my name is Bertlac de Hot Desert, the Lord of Green Castle. It is a pleasure to meet the three of you. I have heard much. Well, I've heard some. And you, are?
Teddy will look at Apophis and Alex and kind of step forward and offer a hand. And he says, Theodore Ulysses Franklin. Bertlock?
Yes, indeed. Bertlac de Hot Desert, the Lord of Green Castle. Yes, and I take your hand and shake it
How do you
very
feel?
heartily.
How do you feel about Bert or Bertie?
Bertie is fine, I suppose. If that is what you prefer.
He'll kind of like, he'll extricate his hand and kind of like, pull his hat and pull back.
Alex snaps out of it eventually, and finally turns and says, "Ah, there's a I mean, yes, hello. I am Dr. Alexander Rose. Is my name." And
Medicine man.
he also offers his hand.
Take it, shake it very heartily. And I look up to Apophis, who I think is the only person here taller than I am. Say, my goodness. I haven't seen much of anything for a very long time, but you certainly are familiar in the strangest way, in that you are quite strange.
I see I am no longer the only one here who is strong and with a long name, who enjoys a good handshake.
I extend a hand to you.
And Apophis extends their hand as well, and seeing how Bertlock shook everyone else's hands, reflects that, and also very excitedly and not brutally, but brutally shakes his hand.
He enjoys this quite a bit.
And after the introductions are done, Megan, not Megan. My sister told me she would correct me if I pronounced Megan wrong. Pipes back up and says, "Yeah, he came in recently from the UK branch of our group. We don't know much about him now, but if there's anywhere he's gonna fit in, it's here. He seems to be a heavy bruiser, so whatever you guys need, if it's cool that he rides with you, go ahead. I'm gonna keep looking around myself. Listen, I see you guys were headed to the 21 and up bar. I already talked to everyone there. They didn't have much to say that I wasn't already briefed on. People have been fainting. I think you're welcome to go talk to them. Maybe you have more people skills than I do. I can be a little intimidating. But I don't know how much you'll find. I haven't done much book research myself. That's not really my area of expertise. Those of us who are more into biking and triathlons are typically the bookish ones, and it's just not my gig.
That's fair. I'm more of a Nautilus man, but that's good. Yep. I guess we could head back to Old Tex and maybe do some research there if you think it's worth it, Doc. It seems like Miss Doherty is already Doherty or Dougherty. Doherty has already done some of the groundwork as is.
Yeah, that does sound like it. I mean, I guess doing a little bit of research couldn't hurt. I don't think we exactly have a library in Old Tex, but I guess we could search around a little bit, see if there's anything similar like this happening in anywhere else, or if this has happened here before.
Yeah, I don't have that many books, but I've scanned a good chunk into a PDF library.
Perhaps there is a diviner we could find.
Well, there was, but she passed out, so that's not.
I see.
Yeah, but good call, Birdie. I like your mental faculties. By the what are you made of? Like, if I were to like, cut a little bit, would chloroform come out, or what's going on there?
Would what come out of
chlorophyll? Do you bleed chlorophyll, or do you bleed blood?
Hold on. Take my hand for a moment. And I extend my hand to Teddy.
Teddy will grab his hand.
And I pull back and my arm detaches.
Okay.
I say, well, I'm just holding up a nub now at this point. I say, well, it doesn't seem like anything's coming out. And I quickly shove it back into the socket. Does that answer your question sufficiently?
My working hypothesis right now is magnets, but we'll figure it out later.
I've never heard of
a tree arm.
Actually,
this is
you happen to know
zone session in a row where we've brought up magnets. How do they work?
Speaking of magnets,
what did Alex say, real quick?
Yeah, pardon.
Alex was like, let's see, a tree arm. Do you happen to know Zone of Truth by any chance?
I can't say. Is that? I don't believe so.
Well, that was my attempt at a joke, since the person who's normally the levity here isn't here. So.
Oh, I see.
That's fair. Speaking of magnets, and he's going to, because I'm pretty sure Luis gave him the finished product, right? The brass knuckles, essentially, or the magnet knuckles. And so he takes out the magnet knuckles and kind of like hands them to Apophis. He's like, "Could you try those on for me?"
Apophis is gonna try them on.
I'm assuming because our amazing keeper said that he did a fantastic job on them, that they fit pretty well on their fingers. And he will also take out the 3 silver ball bearings and kind of just like hold them up really close to the knuckles, and then they just gonna click in as the magnets pull them into like the little divots. And all Teddy says is that this should probably help kind of make your punches maybe a little punchier. So if we find out that maybe we need silver or cold iron, like with the fairies or something along those lines, I can smelt down some ball bearings for you and attach them to the knuckles so that you can, punch with a weakness.
Well, versatility never hurts.
Pappas just kind of looks at Teddy because he is not really sure how accurately to express his thanks and just kind of says, I appreciate it.
Yeah, of course.
Thanks.
I'm glad that I could help out. Think nothing of it. It's I had the time, I had the mind. See a need, fill a need. That's copyrighted. We we should probably head over to Old Text now.
And of
Right.
course, you don't have to. You're more than welcome to do whatever. But Megan informs you that she's going to stay here and kind of try to follow up on everybody who has collapsed, see if anybody else knows anything. She has some connections around here.
Teddy's gonna look back at Alex and say, "Do you want to stay with Megan, or do you want to come with us to Old Text?"
I um uh mm,
Mm-hmm.
uh I sure.
All right. I guess we'll meet by the. I said it last time. The jousting pit. In whatever time the jousting starts.
Yeah, I mean, you guys, I don't think, whatever time I said, I don't remember, but probably like 2 to 3 hours from now, 2 to 4 hours from now. Time in tabletop, you know, it's a hard time. Like time in real life right now, it's all shrug shoulders. So, but you have time to perform things, and depending on what you guys decide to do, you should be able to make the joust in time, unless you decide to like watch all of the Shrek movies on Old Text or something. That'll take you past.
Hey,
It would be
Shrek,
a very good indoctrination of Birdie to show him Shrek, all 3 Shreks, just because, you know, like, I feel like it would click really well.
the
Really
first
regret
Shrek just
bringing
got
this
put
up.
into like some national database like
Yeah.
Yep.
today.
So it
That and
sounds like
Batman. Anyway.
3 of you are going back to Old Text, and Alex is staying with Megan. Is that what is happening?
I believe so.
Sure, let's split the
Okay.
party.
Sure.
Of course, why not?
Why?
Yeah,
Nothing
make
could
my life
possibly go
hard.
wrong.
That's fine.
Okay.
I'm kidding. I'm not upset. But of course, Dustin is like, yeah, sure, I'll take that. as a
Yeah,
challenge.
absolutely. Challenge
Um,
accepted.
So why don't we hop over to those of yous that are going to
You
the
guys.
first. Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Sorry.
But yeah, so Birdie, I'm gonna call you that. Teddy
That's fine.
and Poppy and Apophis head back to Old Text. What would the 3 of you like to do?
I think.
Hey,
Yeah.
wait, real quick. I believe Groovy is playing the audio.
Oh
You
no.
uploaded
Okay.
again?
Yes. Solid.
Cool.
Just wanted to say.
Don't worry, stream.
No, thank you. I really appreciate it. How do I
lower-
clear the queue?
I think
Literally
you should
that.
dash clear.
Okay.
Also, as we leave, I look back to Dorothy and Alex, and I say, "Send us a raven if you find anything." And then we just go on.
I think Megan leans down to Alex and is just like, I don't know why I assume she's taller than Alex. So sorry.
It's not hard. Like
he's not super tall.
he's
but she
of
leans-
average height.
She leans to Alex and she says, the arm pull-off thing and the raven thing have been happening since he came here. I'm really hoping to break him from that. Maybe your scientifically inclined friend can do something about it.
He'll just make it worse. Oh, it's going to be so much worse now.
Oh man.
See, we've tried to introduce him to some pop culture. We showed him all of the Shrek films, but I think it only confused him. Now he thinks that all farm animals talk now. That was my coworker's mistake.
Yeah.
I am enjoying this canon that we are establishing for Birdie's character.
Oh, I love it.
Sorry, Eric.
Oh no, I love this. Because he is a ridiculous fish out of water, and I was intending on playing him that way, so this fits perfectly.
So I guess as we kind of like come up to Old Tex, Teddy will kind of like look at Birdie and say, you might have to wait outside for a minute while I make sure that Old Tex doesn't attack you when you come inside, so it knows that you're an ally. It'll take only like a moment. It's just a couple biometric scans, but is that okay with you?
Well, I'm sure. I don't know how long your friend would need convincing, but...
But it'll be pretty quick. His processors are top of the line, and he's gonna kind of like start climbing up the ladder. And Apophis is obviously welcome to come inside at any point in time.
Apophis is just gonna stand outside with Birdie because he's not entirely sure the deal with Birdie, but also likes him because I think Apophis is like, oh, not understanding what time you're in? I understand that. So he's just gonna kind of stand outside with Birdie.
At a certain point, kind of like they're on the outside of the specific like the lounge car, there's like what someone would deem to be maybe like a security camera, just kind of like a black semi-sphere, and this kind of like blue light kind of like appears from the top, and like an eyeball looks at Birdie and then just like beams him in the blue light and begins to kind of like scan him up and down like in a little grid, and then kind of like beeps away, and then the door opens and Teddy pops out and he's like, you're good to come inside if you want.
Mr. Grant, I request to know what spell you just cast on me.
It's, are you a friend?
Yes.
Then
I
you're
could have
welcome
told you
inside.
that.
Well, you know, sometimes I have to convince other people of it.
I see.
And
Very well.
Right now, I think I would have the lounge car configured. We'll leave the med bay like at bay for now, since that's where Chuck is and Anne is. But right now the inside of the lounge car has like maybe like one cubicle open for a bed, and then the rest of it is just kind of like the lounge chairs, the nice oak furniture, and a couple like tumblers of couple of spirits here and there, like on a little alcohol cart. But Teddy will just kind of gesture to one of the chairs and say, make yourself at home. This shouldn't take too long, hopefully.
I see. I just sort of look around. Where is this friend of yours?
Oh, well, I can show you. Old Tex, can you pop up the holo screen for us? And Big Tex, Old Tex kind of pops up in his little cartoony form, and he's like, sure can, boss. Welcome, new friend. And then he kind of like, his little form kind of like bursts into pixels into like a large kind of like screen that has like a nondescript online browser currently popped up for searching.
You have befriended a sprite.
Yeah, you could say that. It took me a while to actually work out his little the art, the sprite art for him. Yeah, but he's he's the operating system of my little abode here. He helps me out whenever I need it. Sometimes he'll even run the train if I'm sleeping. But for the most part, he's just there to keep me company when I'm by myself.
I see.
Well,
it is good to meet you.
Good to meet you too. And just kind of like plays like a disembodied voice.
I just nod and carry on. So you guys can do whatever.
Actually, and I think, yeah, Teddy will go ahead and kind of Keeper, if it's okay, I would like to use my smart house move to do an internet search, to investigate a mystery, using the browser that I currently have pulled up, and I would essentially be like searching. I would essentially be searching the maybe like this specific Ren fair. I'm not sure if, and again, this is just like Saul's lack of knowledge on Ren fairs. I don't know if like if it's just like if they're specific locations at specific times of the year always, or if they're kind of like a circus where it travels a bit. I'm not sure. But essentially this specific Ren fair, like search up their name and like accounts of, or like I guess like maybe if possible medical records of like people passing out, things of that nature, even like just like concern reports, not actual like official medical records maybe, that would have been filed for insurance purposes. And and just see if this is something that's been happening for a very long time. Or I guess I'll roll for it and we'll figure out which question, if that's cool.
I guess I can give you this information just because it is kind of common knowledge. Most Renaissance fairs, at least in my Masha's experience, tend to be at the same place around the same time every year, but they also travel. So, like typically, for example, there's a Ren fair in Southern California that lasts for 4 to 5 to 6 weekends, and a couple other throughout the state that have the same performers and typically some of the same vendors. And so when one closes, the next one kind of opens up, and then you don't see them in that place again.
Gotcha.
You don't know if that's the case for this particular fair. You know what? I think Anne actually would have told you that this particular fair, because it's kind of a special, like 5-day long retreat, it actually is in a completely different place every year.
Okay.
And it is only 5 days every year. And she told you that it was here for the very first time in this one particular spot.
Gotcha.
But you don't know anything else about like this spot.
Okay, cool. Then I'll go ahead and roll, and then kind of like, and then just kind of shift my internet search for what I roll and what question works best, if that's okay.
Yeah.
All right, first roll of the night. 6 + 2 + 1 is a 9.
Nice.
Okay, that is a hold 1.
Unless somebody wants to help me get a +10.
I
Or-
certainly don't think I would be of any
I
help
think it would be
here.
very funny if you tried.
I can try. I don't know how.
Do it, yeah.
I guess Apophis. Okay.
That's up to you if you want to help, because if you roll a dice, there's always a potential to fail.
That is true. That is true.
But
That is
do what you want. I don't want to be a dissuading keeper. Our usual helper is busy. You know, still at the fair.
I think Apophis is gonna try and help out, and by try and help out, he is going to try and explain things to Birdie so that Teddy can focus on not having to explain things to Birdie,
I like
which will
that.
give him a better mindset for
Oh, no.
rolling.
I like that quite a bit.
Oh no.
So, oh, that's a 9. That's a 9. Dang it.
Plus
So
cool.
close. Oh, yes, +1!
Yeah.
I forgot how to
Yay.
play tabletop games for a minute and
Tabletop
totally
games.
forgot my modifier, but
Yes.
I do
So
have
as
a +1, so.
Excellent. So as a reminder, when you roll help out on a 10+, the person that you help gets +1 to their roll. So now Teddy's mixed success is a full success. I guess it's not really called that for the investigation rolls, but still. And I so badly want to hear a conversation between Birdie and Apophis, Can I get like a 30-second clip of like Birdie asking Apophis something and Apophis's best reply? Like, pretty please, I need this.
Okay. So Birdie is just sort of looking.
It's ready.
Birdie's looking around. And he's like, "So, this strange contraption we're on, is this anything like those large metal birds that soar through the air?"
Just similar, I believe. I confess that they will not let me on a bird, but as far as I can understand, this is like a ground bird, like a bird on the ground.
You know, it's funny. I thought that you rode on the birds as well, but in fact you ride in them.
You ride in them.
Indeed.
I
It
may
is
have
quite
to. Teddy, do you think you can make a bird?
I mean, I guess a biological bird, maybe it would give me like a couple of weeks to, grow the cells and stuff. But if you want
a
like
metal bird. Could you make a metal bird?
yeah, I could make them.
Guys, I thought the point of this was to keep Teddy from being distracted while he did his internet research.
I could make you a metal bird for sure. Yeah.
Excellent.
All
We
right.
shall
I really
fly
think
in the metal bird together.
Trevor in the chat said Apophis is on the no-fly list? Question mark. Sorry, Apophis has committed war crimes and now they're not allowed
Legal
to fly.
identification list. Apophis
fair.
is also on the giant god of chaos list, so I think maybe that is
Yeah.
just as good as the no-fly list.
Yeah, I also feel like most of his friends are like, let's not get you any closer to the sun than we have to.
Yeah.
That's also very fair.
The funniest. Oh, I just had some amazing imagery in my head.
Just like Apophis like against one of the windows, like looking at the sun directly as it passes by.
That, but also a bit of like an Icarus, like wax wings, like Apophis, like flapping vigorously towards the sun. Cyber Goji says, "Harbingers of the Apocalypse, no Harbingers of the Apocalypse on American Airlines."
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Delta's fine
The-
though.
The other thought that I had was that I'm really derailing this today. Was that Twilight Zone episode with like the gremlin on the wing of the plane? Except
Yeah.
instead of a gremlin, it's Apophis, and you just see beetles like one-on-one like flying off.
I was also
in-
thinking of the gremlin on the plane.
Apophis waves.
Terror at
Yeah.
20,000 feet is, I think, the name of the episode.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's a good one.
It's been parodied a number of times.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So, Teddy, with your 2 hold, I would like you to ask me some questions, and hopefully I can provide for you some answers. So,
Cool.
you mentioned wanting a little bit more detail about the Ren Fair. Is that still the case? How would you want to word that?
Yes. So I think what I think both. Yes, I think because of the information that Anne gave me, I probably wouldn't say. So this is Teddy's point of view right now. Is that specifically he knows that this specific Ren Fair has moved around, and this is the first time in this spot, but he's not sure whether or not the history of fainting is something that has happened in the past, just in general with this Ren Fair, or if it's concerned to this spot. Me, the player, I think it's something to do with the specific spot, but like logically, with the way Teddy would go about it, he would probably look at the affairs of this place because he's more accustomed to things or people being haunted, or like in that situation rather than like swaths of land, kind of like more material things. I think is the way that he would go about it. So I think what Teddy will do is I think his first question will go to what is being concealed here, and he's specifically searching like this Ren Fair, the employees, and any history of like odd medical situations like the faintings, and if they happen like in large groups or if there's a pattern to them. Any information would be helpful. This will just kind of like lead into the next question that I think will be more pertinent, but any information. Yeah.
Yes. So, Teddy, you overhear a conversation between Birdie and Apophis about big metal birds and not being allowed inside of them. While it is intriguing, you do your best to focus on researching this particular Renaissance fair. You already have the information that Anne has given you, and now you are looking into the particular people at this fair, the history of this fair, and the main information that you find is a couple of, social media posts, a small article talking about that one year a couple of years ago where there was a big heat wave and a couple of folks did faint. You do find a Facebook group that's called Ren Fair Partiers, and you presume that that is where people talk about the crazy happenings they get into. But everything that you learn based on this question is the same that you have been told, that these faintings seem to be not particularly normal, that this is not something that's happened with these people before.
Gotcha.
And that folks like Danny, is that her? Dina. Hello, they're my own NPC. That folks like Dina, when they did faint however long ago, that it really was like 115-degree weather, really didn't drink enough water, it caused a stir, etc. So
For sure.
But nothing down that avenue points you to think that this is a recurring situation.
Yes. Okay, cool. So now I think what once it starts getting kind of like repetitive, or like repetitive to what Teddy already knows, I think Teddy would kind of like swipe away those tabs and start a new search, knowing now that if it's not the history of the Ren Fair or like the weather or any of the employees specifically, then the location, since that is a new factor in the equation, should be the variable that we're looking for. And so I think Teddy would do a search about the location and its history, like whether or not it's been like used for like maybe campsites or other events and weird things have happened, any history of like land development, strange energy pulsings, maybe any effectings of like global warming on this specific area, anything of that nature, anything that would like set it apart from the immediate surroundings, I guess. Is it okay if I use the same question of like what is being concealed here?
Yeah, that could work. And yeah, you're asking about a different thing, so that's fine.
Okay.
My question for you, and I apologize if we've already established this. When Teddy is looking things up, do we think that there would be a... Okay, let me take a step back. Since we are all kind of keepers in this world, do we all agree that there is some kind of online resource for the occult? Like a database, perhaps, that you would need special permissions to access? And if so, would Teddy have access to something like that?
I think...
This is by no means a loaded question.
No worries. I think with what we've established in canon now, it is possible that maybe like Eclipse, or to a certain extent Lift, would have a specific database over occult things. I'm not sure if there is like a global database of sorts, but I would, and again, this is just me pitching the idea, but I do think that maybe Eclipse or Lift, or maybe like another occult team would still have their information online. I know that I have mentioned before that Teddy does have like, like a PDF library and things of that nature, but that's just kind of like the safe space inside the train, and like obviously access to the internet. But Dustin, Mars, what do you think about either Eclipse or Lift having kind of like a Google Drive?
Well, Eclipse definitely has something, but I don't know if they would give us access to it. Like,
oh, Teddy don't need access, baby.
Okay, I will tell you 100% Eclipse has something, because Eclipse has a a record for each of us, like
Mhm.
each of our characters as well. But I doubt that they would, unless Alex contacted them and asked them about something specific, just give us free reign to their records. Because, again, we are part of their records. Eclipse is kind of like the SCP,
Mm.
in that, like, except the SCP is open to everybody.
Yeah.
They would have records kind of like that, but not open to the public. So,
And then I also forgot about this. Still, thank you to Apophis for helping me out because of that amazing RP. But I do get a +1 to investigative mystery rolls when I use the internet in my laboratory. So I would have gotten a 10 anyway, but definitely worth it. So
Definitely.
I
Super worth it. Okay, so we know that there are databases out there. We don't necessarily have access to them. But it sounds like Teddy does have a small collection of PDFs, and over time we can kind of determine what those are. And I understand too that for certain playbooks there is like a lore library and a magic library, and that's kind of like an expert thing.
Yeah.
So that's probably more what we'd be looking at.
Technically, as a science guy, I can take those too. I just need to level up again.
You just haven't, right?
Yeah.
Like that's not something that you have. Okay.
Mhm.
So I think you are looking up this place, and you are gathering.
Okay, may I very quickly?
Mhm.
Another possibility is just like I would assume that like Eclipse's database would probably have kind of like a more condensed down, like essentially someone already did research and has condensed that down to like concise notes in order for agents to understand. I think it would be totally okay if Teddy just like went about the roundabout way and didn't have concise notes, but found like all of their sources, not from their website, but just like from searching the location, like from like newspaper clippings or blogs and things of that nature, like all these weird events to kind of like tie them together. Which I would assume is what Eclipse would do for their database in general when considering like occult or supernatural things. But yes, I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry.
No, it's all good. The reason I ask is that I imagine that, of course, perhaps not in like a full-on database, but all of these organizations likely have internal documentation as well as additional, ebook copies of Demons 101 and like, I don't know, Wicca for Dummies and things like that. But like legitimate.
Chicken soup for the occult.
Pardon?
Chicken soup for the occult?
Yes. Chicken soup for the teen witch's soul. In parentheses, or lack thereof. I think I'm funny for that one.
I wish I could have taken like a 4,000 level class in college on Fey politics. That would have been pretty interesting.
That would have been dope. I agree.
I feel like the closest I got was a Hans Christian Andersen class, because all of his stuff was so odd. And he did like paper cuttings, like when you fold paper into snowflakes and cut it. He did that, but with like figurines and other shapes and things. And why am I getting so off topic today? I apologize. I've left Alex alone with Megan for way too long.
he's okay with that.
Right. So let me answer your question. I just want to make sure I word it appropriately.
Oh,
So
you can tell me
as
everything,
you
that's okay.
are looking things up, you kind of find yourself down a bit of a rabbit hole on some blogs and things for, slightly abandoned sites, just kind of odd things. You can't seem to find any news articles about this immediate region in the mainstream, aside from, the building of this train yard where Old Tex is parked, which happened, a few decades ago. And there didn't seem to be anything concerning about that, nothing odd around that. But as you dig a little bit deeper, you do find a small blog post about how this site does seem to hold some kind of magical power. The folks writing the article don't have a very exact idea, but from their postulating, they've gathered that it might be the burial site of an old world warlock. And what you learn from that is that warlocks love power. They love gathering power, and they didn't deem it as a threat per se, but they felt something there. And at the bottom of the article, before I say this out loud, I'm going to check my notes. Give me just one moment.
I'll allow it.
Thank you. Don't mind me with my 15 tabs open on Chrome here. Just don't want to say something wrong and have to take it back. Yes. Okay.
The Masha loading screen.
I was gonna say just
Yes,
keep keep voguing and
It's like discount voguing, exactly. So at the bottom of this article, you notice that there is a footnote that says, for more detail, you may find additional info in your BOTE. And the B and the E are capitalized. Why don't we jump to Alex?
Oh man.
took me a second. I was like, yeah.
Breath of the East.
Yep, that's it.
The new Zalder game.
Yep.
Stabby stabby. Breaking pots and pans.
Sorry.
Okay.
And the
Alex,
hero
you-
Lunk. Sorry.
Lunk. Who's where is he? Where's my Lehman Krunt.
Yes.
Terribly sorry.
God bless Lehman Krunt.
So we find ourselves back with Alex and Megan, who are just outside this 21 and up bar. The other three have just left to go to the train, and Megan says to Alex, her little goofy thing about Birdie, and then also mentions that she would like to walk a couple of laps around the area and just see if there's anything that she can notice about it. Alex, is there anything in particular you would like to do with this time or say to Megan?
Let me think here. See, a real gamer would have been thinking about what he would do before this moment in time and not be completely distracted by what was going on in the train that he wasn't even there for. And
humorous.
have literally every single brain cell deleted as soon as you said BOTE.
Yeah, that was my secret delete Dustin's brain cell code.
Yeah, you did it. Congratulations.
You hacked
Dustin. I did have an idea, and now it's gone. Just it's on the train with them now at this point, just somewhere. I know that she said at one point she wanted to check in on the people who had passed out. I think he would want to do that as well, especially the ones that he found, which was most of them, I guess. Hopefully nobody noticed that. But we'll see how that goes. But yeah, he would probably want to check in on them, make sure that they're alive and didn't just die, because if they died, Chuck. At this point, and also people died, which is sad.
But mostly, Chuck.
But mostly, Chuck, because we paid for that character, right?
Right, exactly. Yeah, so you two take the walk over to the infirmary tent. Things seem to have, at this point, settled down a little bit around the fair. There are still folks in their full garb, people with turkey legs walking around, kind of snacking on them. There are fewer performances going on than before, though you understand this to be the fault of fewer performers being conscious enough to perform. And as you are walking, Megan asks you, so are you a doctor, or is it just the outfit? You told me that your name is Dr. Alex Rhodes. I didn't get that much intel on my way over.
Yeah, no, and he pauses for a second, because technically he's not a doctor anymore because his license got taken away.
Pshaw.
But he's like, you could say that I am an actual doctor. Yes, I have years of medical training and have worked in hospitals before.
So it's normal that my resting heart rate is like 50, right?
Is what?
My resting heart rate, like 50 beats per minute.
Weird flex.
That's
but okay.
normal, right?
Uh,
I'm just kidding.
Oh.
I hate it when people just come up to me asking for fitness advice unprompted. And I'm sure that you, as a doctor, don't like it when people come up to you and say, "Hey, what's this mole on my leg?"
well, especially since I'm not really a skin doctor. They probably shouldn't ask that question of me very much. I'll just refer them.
And I don't know anything about CrossFit, but people always seem to think I do. And I think at this point, you guys make it to the infirmary tent.
Alex is more of a hematologist.
Sorry.
Well done. It's
I'm
all
sorry.
Just 15 minutes.
I would
of
have
these
just cackled forever.
sarcastic
Sorry.
cackles.
So you make it to the infirmary tent. You still see a couple of EMTs wearing their like proper garb. I guess I've said garb a lot, but it's, like actual uniforms that you would expect an EMT or a paramedic to wear. And you peek in a little bit, and the EMTs are a little bit too distracted to notice. They're buzzing around to patients and things. Is there anything in particular you would like to do?
So first thing is to see if I can see any of the ones that I would recognize, and see if there's any kind of change, like if they're moving around, if they're conscious, or what's going on there. I guess especially Dina, because that's the first one that he would recognize, because he doesn't really know what the barmaid looked like.
You know that there were 5 folks that fell unconscious. I guess 6 if you include Chuck, but Chuck would not be here. And when you brought, I think that you brought one of them yourself, you had an idea of what bed Dina was in, and you can see from your vantage point that she is not there anymore.
Oh, interesting. I know that you probably just got here as well, but have you seen the ambulances coming in or out of the fair in the last little while?
Like you said, I haven't been here for very long, but I haven't. I know that they have a couple parked in the back just to take people away if need be, but I haven't seen any arrive or leave since I've been here.
Okay. The person that I first saw collapse is not where she was before, and so I'm wondering if they've released her. I guess we could go and check the tarot booths and see if maybe someone there might know something.
Yeah, that is odd. I'm happy to go check and okay. And she kind of peers over your shoulder and counts the number of people that are there before an EMT comes out and starts nudging her away. The EMT who starts nudging you away says, "Can I help you with a medical emergency?"
No, I'm fine, thank you. The people who collapsed, did they need to be taken to the hospital?
You're asking the EMT?
Yes.
No, we haven't taken anybody out. A couple of them Dina and Spike, they're up and running. I think that they might be in a backstage area. But they woke up, they seemed all right. We told them no more performing for the day, but didn't want to keep them here in this stuffy tent without any cause.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much for that. I was one of the ones that found Dina and was just a little concerned, is all. So I appreciate you sharing that information.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't have, because that might break some laws, but I don't care. I'm at a Ren fair. Would that break HIPAA? I don't know. If you're a doctor, sound off in the chat if Masha just broke HIPAA.
I feel like if you go to the hospital to find someone and they're not there, the nurses will tell you that they are not there anymore. Like,
I think it varies. But in any case, not important.
yeah.
So just for reference, based on what the EMT said, you understand that Juniper, the barmaid, Corinne, the silks performer, and Luis, the blacksmith, are still underneath this infirmary tent. What I don't know that you saw them necessarily, but you can take that on face value that they are still there. And there are a couple people in the infirmary tent who are like dry heaving because they've had too much cider and
water.
a kid with a scraped knee asking for a band-aid. But yeah. What would you like to do?
Well, it's good to know that they've woken up, but I'd really like to know if they remember anything extra since that happened. We'd have to find out what backstage area they were in, I suppose.
And at this point, Megan pipes up and says, well, I know that there are two. That's two places. We can try one and then check the other.
Oh, yeah, that would be great. Lead the way.
Yeah, and she leads the way to the first of two kind of like backstage performer areas. This one is closer. I think that it's maybe a 2-minute walk away from the infirmary tent. It's a bit louder here, just because it's closer to more people, closer to some of the more popular shops. But you do see there is a bit of like a erected fence kind of thing with those like beads in a doorway in the middle, and a sign up top that says performers only. But Megan just walks right through.
Alex follows, like, crown and all. He just walks right in.
I forgot about the crown. Very stylish, if I might say. And
Elsa.
Elsa,
Elsa
I'm gonna
say?
watch my words.
God, I flip right over to Twitch chat. And...
Well, that was my big problem last week, is I kept looking over and giggling too hard. So I'm trying to kind of horse blinder my way today.
One more crack like that, and you're going in timeout.
Is there a Twitch timeout? Can we give
There
just
is.
Elsa ads?
I can send people to timeout.
Twitch jail. It's probably not as exciting as it sounds like it is.
Not?
The power
It just means you
of
can't
moderator.
chat.
Oh, that's... She says she's sorry. It's fine. Beep, beep. This is the horny police.
They beep. They don't turn on a siren. They just...
Yeah.
Wow. Hello. I am the keeper, and it is my job to keep things... So... You walk in to this area, and it is kind of this circle space. There are a few picnic tables. It's fully shaded by the kind of, strung up canopies that you see at parks. People have drinks, people have food. A couple of people have taken off See, you guys
Yeah.
are laughing because I know you looked at chat, and then I look at chat.
I'm sorry.
No, it's cool. I'm just gonna cover chat with my Discord window here. I'll just catch up later.
Well, I'll just say it out loud and Elsa says something.
No.
No.
Can we just? No, I'm not gonna say that. So you see this area, and it's a little bit quieter here. There's a slight breeze. You do see some of the performers that were around earlier, including Mop, my favorite personally, who's totally not a reference to my actual favorite Red Bear performer. And you scan the crowd looking for a familiar face, and you actually do see Spike sitting at a table in a corner with his sister and performance partner, and Dina sitting at another table, one with a couple of other folks kind of dressed similarly to her, and they're all just chatting, having a drink, and eating a little bit. What would you like to do?
All right, so I see the two that I recognize. And he kind of looks back and forth between the two, and then starts approaching Dina.
Okay. Sure. Dina is.
You gotta love it when the keeper says that. Yeah, I can. Yes.
Loading voice file. Oh no.
Oh, wow.
No.
My bad.
She loaded so hard she
We
left.
couldn't keep the keeper. No. Okay.
Wow.
I tried to check
actually did it.
my groovy. I tried to check my groovy controls, and instead I clicked our other voice chat, and I just was alone for a moment, which I think is exactly what I needed.
She
Why
said,
don't we
tiptoe.
jump back to the train squad? Let's jump back to the train squad. So Teddy, at the bottom of this strange article that you've read,
Yes.
you see a note that says, whatever my exact wording was, something akin to, for more information, check your BOTE.
Yes. So Teddy is going to kind of like quickly wipe away the hollow screen and look at Apophis and Birdie and say, "I'll be right back. Don't follow me." And he's gonna go through the med bay. As he passes Anne and Chuck, he's gonna be like, "Hey Anne, hey Chuck," and then go straight into the workshop. And a couple of sessions ago, with one of like the kind of like the epilogue, I think it was for Dustin's mystery. One of the epilogues, Teddy was scanning the Book of the Evening. So I think currently it's still sitting on his kind of like professional size technological scanner, and still like kind of like popped open, where like it like eventually like a page will flip and the grid will show up scanning it, and he'll pause the program and kind of like pull it up, and kind of like close it and begin to move towards the doorway, before he looks back, and he's like, "Old Tex, go ahead and printing out some find the 3D prints for let's say a bird the size of maybe a raven, and print out those individual parts, and go ahead and find me one of those little what was it, the little drone, the drone propellers, and I'll be back for that." And he's gonna
You trying to make a raven drone?
and he's going to pass
My
by the
God.
med bay and be like, "Hi Ann, hi Chuck," and then he's gonna move into the lounge car with the book and kind of like set it down on the table, and he's gonna look at Apophis and Birdie and say, "I have reason to believe that we may find more information inside the Book of the Evening. Only problem is I'm not a magical person. I'm sure I could put two and two together, but I could definitely use both of your helps, because I feel like, and maybe this is rather presumptuous of me, but I feel like maybe the two of you are pretty magical in essence."
I have been described as such. I am not a wizard of any sort, if that's what you're asking.
No, but I mean, if you thought my AI was a sprite, right? So your mind kind of tends to lean towards more of a magical connotation rather than a modern day technological one.
I suppose so.
Then you're exactly what I need. And Teddy's just gonna like slide the book into the center of the table, and begin to kind of like. I guess we never really checked it out, but Teddy's gonna look for a table of contents, and see if there's like what chapter, ghosts, ghouls, and specters are in.
Yeah, I don't think there's any role for that. There are definitely. It's not the most well organized book, but you can tell that it has been categorized into kind of broader mystical things. Spells are probably like the entire second half of the book, but the first half does seem to be reference materials, information about locality, information just in general. And you get the sense, and I'm sorry if I'm breaking all of our already decided upon lore, that not everything in here is necessarily, and it doesn't have to be. Never mind. Don't worry about that.
Okay.
Don't look at chat, Masha. Just horse blinders. Book of the Evening actually requires a separate CD add-on.
Oh my god. You have to have the specific course code in order to unlock the extra content.
Right. And it's the little gray bar has already been scratched, so the code's already been used.
Mm-hmm.
When you try to plug it into your computer, it doesn't.
You guys
work.
are giving me like PTSD.
Yeah, I'm
here.
giving myself PTSD. You're really smart.
You gotta stop.
So yes, there is absolutely a section on specters.
You're muted, Mars, by the way. Okay.
I just
There
made
is
a joke about course codes.
Oh. Okay. I just want to. Yeah.
Thank you for letting me know.
You're welcome.
Yeah, sorry. I was not looking at you guys for a moment. I was too busy reading the goofs in chat. So, yes, there is a table of contents for the Book of the Evening. It is not, again, it's a little bit messy, but there is very much a section on... It's just titled Specters, and there are a couple of subcategories for such. And you can tell it's a little bit more like an index, really, where things seem to kind of refer back to each other. And a lot of page numbers are scribbled by hand. You can tell that, of course, this book was pre-owned, and therefore there are some notes and margins and things like that. And I think we've already determined that it was originally in Latin and translated.
Yes, so there are hieroglyphs at the top, like for the specific
that's right.
titles, but the rest of it is in Latin.
Great. Okay. But yes, there is a category on specters. If you would like to skip that category, I think that I can just give you that there is a section on warlocks, and based on the descriptions of the happenings that you have seen, possession, fainting, whatnot, this seems to kind of fit. The descriptors seem to match up. But if you want any more information, I would say that this would need to be another investigate a mystery role. If there is someone who would like to take a closer look at this text.
Let me see what my investigative mystery is before I agree to that.
It's a plus sharp.
Yes, it is a plus sharp.
I have a +1 to sharp. My only question was, isn't the Book of the Evening like written in a different language?
It is in Latin.
It's in Latin,
It's
right?
in Latin. We managed to figure it out last time.
Well, last time we had oh my god, he's my NPC. Mr. I remember his last name. Mr. Hastings. We had young Mr. Hastings with us. And he was able to read Latin. And so that's why he walked through Chuck through the incantations of the book.
I-
Arguably, since Teddy has technically in canon been scanning the book, he could technically have old text maybe do like a cipher to translate the book for us. It would maybe be like a weird science roll, but that is a possibility if we want to do that. But at the same time, how old is Birdie? I mean,
Quite old.
Yeah.
Birdie know Latin?
He could know Latin. It's not something I had established in his backstory, but I think it is reasonable. He certainly had the resources to learn it way back when. So if that's something we're cool with, I mean, it's awfully convenient, I suppose, but it's something we hadn't established prior.
I mean, I don't want this to not be entertaining or fun.
Ned
of
Hastings.
course.
Yes, thank you, Chris. I appreciate you. Thank you.
I would say if we want Bertie to know Latin, then he would be the one to make the roll. And I don't know that anyone would be able to help out per se. That being said, there are apps out there that can immediately translate text to other languages. So I feel like it's not necessary. I might still have you roll for it just for flavor's sake. But I feel like it wouldn't be unrealistic that old text or some other online resource would be able to just translate text.
Maybe Birdie could roll, and then if the opportunity presents itself to help, then maybe I could just ask old text to kind of round out the sentences and things of that nature.
Yeah, I think Birdie's grasp of Latin is probably shaky at best, just because. So I'm down to try it out if you guys want me to roll plus sharp.
Go for it.
All right, this is my first roll.
Yeah.
Yay!
Oh boy.
Don't goof it.
That is 9, 6, and 3, plus my sharp, which is 1, so 10.
Yeah.
Excellent. So on a 10, you get to hold 2. What happened here? What sort of creature is it? What can it do? What can hurt it? Where did it go? What was it going to do? And what is being?
Oh, you've got the monster manual in front of you, man. Let's do it.
So we are specifically looking again up stuff about specters. Is that what we were looking for?
I believe
yes. We're in the warlock section, correct? Yeah.
Yes, and warlock is kind of underneath that specter category, and you can tell that it's also been cross-referenced with other parts of the book.
Mm-hmm.
So, Eric, what kind of information are you looking for?
So I think definitely what can it do?
You can wait to ask your second one until after I give you your answer.
I need to look at the list again.
Yeah, fair
honestly,
enough.
Of questions I can do. Give me a moment. I
Go
should have
for
pulled
it,
it
no
up prior.
worries.
That's the wrong document. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll hold the second question for a bit.
Okay.
I think.
So your question is, what can it do?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I have rearranged all my windows. Give me one moment. It's okay. So it's a little bit slow going, but Birdie kind of hulks over to this book and starts flipping around these pages, kind of going back and forth between earlier ones, later ones, skimming things that are all in Latin, but the other two of you are kind of, well, you don't have to watch, but Birdie is reading this book. And as you read, Birdie, the information that you gather is a little bit confusing, but it's also disconcerting. You learn that warlocks gain their power by taking it from others. Some people are kind of naturally born with magic. Some people don't really have it. They have to steal it. And Some more powerful warlocks, the ones that have been around for a long time throughout many cycles, need a lot more power to kind of reach full capacity, if that makes sense. And there's one type of warlock in particular that catches your eye. This type of warlock draws their power in 2 bouts. The first time, by taking a little bit of it, establishing a connection between themselves and their source. Once they have gathered it the first time around, in order to fully gain their power, their source must die. Some warlocks are patient. They wait for a natural death. They don't mind. Some warlocks, upon becoming corporeal again, take matters quite literally into their own hands. So, you learn, what can it do? This warlock can take power from a variety of sources. Once it has gathered each source once, it becomes corporeal. Once it takes those powers again, it is damn hard to kill that warlock.
Is there a specific number of people it needs to draw from? Does it list that?
The book is vague on that. You know that most warlocks draw from just one, and that is enough for them. The most you've ever that is written about is 10, though typically those warlocks get cocky and don't make it that far.
Got it. Okay. I think I'll just ask my second question, and that is, what can hurt it?
So you again flip back and forth, perhaps a little bit more frantically this time, learning the kind of power that these warlocks can garner, trying to determine any sense of weakness. The main information that you gather is that period of time between corporeality and permanence. This warlock is at its weakest.
Okay.
And you gather that you do need a combination of magic and physical harm to get rid of it.
All right. Okay. And with that, I will close the book. We have quite a conundrum on our hands, it seems.
I think while I think Teddy would have been like in the middle of probably assembling the little Raven drone by the time Birdie is finishing up, so he'll leave that in the workshop for now and then come over and say, what'd you find, Birdie?
Seems this is no ordinary practitioner of the arcane arts. This specific type of warlock is ephemeral, like a specter. It draws energy from the living and fully takes hold of it when it kills them, or when they die. Though I don't trust this one to be particularly patient, truthfully.
Definitely doesn't seem like they're abiding the speed limit.
Sure.
Go for
Sorry?
it, Eric.
I was gonna say, it is weak at the moment of transformation, though. So if we are going to strike it and find it, that would be the moment to do so. Now, I myself am quite proficient in the ways of martial combat. Very proficient, I would say. I do not know if there are any of those among your cabal who are adept in the arcane.
Teddy's gonna kind of like side eye Apophis, but like not look at them directly.
I am not bad at the arcane, though I admit I do prefer the good old-fashioned punch.
A pugilist. And I think Teddy would say, was there anything specific that can harm it, at least? Maybe like Wolf's Bane or Silver? That would be really helpful since I already made those.
I do not believe it said so, though I do know silver is pure metal. So I suppose it wouldn't hurt. Unless it did say something specific, Masha, I don't know.
I will think on that before I give you an answer. I think that as well, this would be a good time to jump back to Alex, and get a feel for what is happening there.
Well, before we do that, could I interest you in a break?
Sure thing.
We're getting pretty close to our 2-hour mark anyway, and so...
Yes.
Yeah.
That is fine by me, as long as Saul can do the thingy, because I certainly can't.
Yes. All right. Thank you for staying with us, viewers. We hope you're having as much fun as we are. We are going to be back in approximately 15 minutes. So that would be like a close to 9:06, 9:07. If y'all want to be kind of like on time for the second half. And once again, thank you, and we'll see you soon.
My name is Dr. Alexander Rose, and as hard as it may be to believe, I am a vampire. Well, at least partly. I don't even truly remember how this came about. You see, I had a problem with certain controlled substances. I was a user. I also gave freely out of the pharmacy connected to my clinic. There were many that I shared with. All of this culminated with one night, one bite, and my life changed forever. I'm now hunting for my sire, the one who turned me into this, and for any knowledge on my unique condition, while trying to fix the life that I found myself in. I fight the urges. I work to try and make the world now a safer place, for those like I once was, and for those like I am now. To prove my humanity remains, and that I'm more than monstrous.
My name is Anne Darelay, and it's lovely to meet you. For the bulk of my career, I've been a dating coach. This has been a bit contentious for my parents, who think that there are more respectable paths for me to take. What's important to me is that I'm helping people. That's not what got me to where I am now. One day, I stirred from a nap with a message from an unseen deity looping through my head. The apocalypse is coming, it said, and it is your duty to ensure it comes to pass. Something inside me had woken up. As silly as it sounds, I had powers. A year has passed, and I'm no closer to learning the origin of these powers, or bringing about the end of days at that, but I've still found a way to put them to good use. If you ask politely, I'll still give you tips on flirting with a beautiful stranger at the bar. But if they turn out to be a shapeshifter, then I'll be the one to take them out.
I am the head of Apophis, the Egyptian snake god prophesied to swallow the sun and bring about the end of the world. I was summoned from my slumber about 20 years ago by a group who didn't understand the weight of their actions, by a group that failed to acknowledge my power. And so I was split. I should have been risen as a horrifying, monstrous snake, large enough to swallow the sun, but instead I'm just the head of one. As I wondered, contemplating the life I now had before me, this form couldn't bring about the end of days, I began to appreciate the world around me and see what it had to offer. The apocalypse is my destiny, but I'm not sure it's the future I really want.
The name's Chuck Duval, though some people might be more familiar with my old work title, the Silencer. You could say I was a hitman. I used to take out anyone for the right price, be it people or monsters. How many people I killed is a secret between me and God. I've been retired for the past couple of years, but things change. Retirement got boring, and I don't have that much time left to waste doing crossword puzzles in between my daily dose of Vicodin. So might as well use it to silence a few deadbeats on my way out.
1 second, folks. Recalibrating the sonic rifle. Almost there. Hot damn! Oh, shit. Oh, I apologize. Let me introduce myself. My name is Theodore Ulysses Franklin. You can call me Teddy. Born in good old San Antonio, Texas, back in 1959. My mama was Mexican, my daddy a cow rancher, and sí, hablo español. After graduating from MIT with various degrees, I delved into some of the fringe sciences. There, I discovered the existence of the supernatural, and I realized my purpose: researching the unexplained and protecting normal folks from the terrors in the dark. My savings went into building old techs,
my mobile base of operations, out of the scraps of a 442 Atlantic steam locomotive. Old Tex and I travel across the country, fighting monsters, protecting people, and riding the rails.
really all I'm saying. And
Just so freaking cute.
Like I just can't.
Just really want to pet him, you know.
And
Yeah.
we are
Just
back.
a wonderful boy.
We're talking about
Excellent.
Chris, right?
Yeah, we're talking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, we're definitely talking about Chris.
Welcome back from our break, everybody. I would like all of you to know that I am broken now because everybody has sent pictures of their cats and dogs to me, and I began squealing uncontrollably as I do when I see adorable animals, and now my brain is just not gonna function.
We did it, Reddit.
Yeah.
But do we need to take care of anything before we hop back in? I can't remember if we do announcements.
Nope.
Of any kind.
But
No.
hey, remind them about tomorrow, though. Like just real quick.
Yes, that is true. Tomorrow at our usual stream time of 7 p.m. Central, there we
you
go,
go.
8 p.m. Eastern and 5 p.m. Pacific, we will be having a game night. I think right now the only thing confirmed on the menu is Jackbox Party Games. If you were there last time, it was a lot of fun. We had some really fantastic audience participation, definitely helped us get more into the mood. So if you would like to participate, come join us tomorrow. Yes, and please join our Discord where people make memes faster than I can think that they could even become memes. So that's a good place to be. And I guess one more time, the music that is currently being played is Adrian von Ziegler's. I don't know. Trevor's not here to correct me, like he usually does when I mispronounce the composer's name, like I am at the immediate moment. But yes, that is everything, I believe. And I think that we were jumping back to Alex and Megan, who are in the employee-only area of the Renaissance Fair, and Alex was walking over to Dina to have a chat with her.
Yes. He's
So-
basically turned on doctor mode for a second.
Yes.
He's checking on his patient.
Yeah, so Dina doesn't notice you until you are all the way up to her. But you still being in your Plague Doctor mask, she kind of jumps a little bit as you approach, and she says, hey, you know the rules, no masks in the employee area. We all know each other here.
Oh, the mask, right. And he removes the mask and just put the crown on his, like he kind of just like there we go. Hi, do you remember me?
She ponders for a moment and looks at you and looks you up and down a little bit and says, I do. I do, but almost like you were in my dream. You have to excuse me. I've had a very that face, Saul. I've had a very strange day. I just haven't felt very good since this morning. And I was in the infirmary tent earlier.
Yes, I'm one of the ones who helped you out a little bit when you passed out earlier. That's why I'm just here to check in with you really quickly. How are you feeling since your time in the infirmary?
Feel as good as I did yesterday, but the medics told me to take it easy, and I will. Just gonna hang out here and interact with my friends and eat. Maybe watch some shows, pretend like this is just a day off for me.
Right. What so obviously you said you don't feel well. What are your symptoms? Like, is it nausea, fatigue, coughing, anything like that?
She looks at you and says, I've already talked to the EMTs. They cleared me. I can go back there if I don't seem well, but I don't know you. Sorry. It's just been a really weird day, and in a quiet voice, she says, and I don't think you'd believe me if I told you what happened this morning.
You may be surprised what I'd believe.
She sighs and says, why would I trust you? I think you came to my tent, but I give a lot of people readings. That's no reason for me to give you information that I don't really feel like sharing.
Right. Well, okay. Ultimately, it's up to you what you wish to share, but I feel as though with as many people passing out the way that they are around here, that these are not isolated incidents, and I'm trying to help. I want to help these people and make sure that no one else gets hurt. I don't think that it's over, and I feel as though if anything else, it's just going to get worse. And without the information that you and perhaps Spike can provide, I don't think that I can help these people.
I think I would like for you to roll manipulate someone.
I can do that. I do that. Okay. That is going to be a 9.
Okay.
Dang
so
it.
As a reminder, for manipulate someone on a mixed success, they'll do it, but only if you do something for them right now to show that you mean it. If you ask too much, they'll tell you what, if anything, it would take for them. So, you are basically just trying to get her to tell you about the weird happenings from this morning.
Mm-hmm.
She says to you, to me, you're just another guy. How can I trust that you know what weird is? You're gonna think I'm crazy. You're gonna send me back to those EMTs, and I'm gonna lose my job.
Okay. I know weird, and I can show you weird. But I promise you that you are not going to like the weird that I can show you. And I'm not talking about the creepy weird. I'm talking about the type of weird that you experienced this morning.
Okay.
But you have to promise not to draw attention. Because if you draw attention, my life is over.
She looks shocked, and at this moment, Megan sits down next to her, kind of cutting off her path of immediate escape if she freaks out. But do what you're going to do.
Alex removes his face mask, because he was wearing this, but he still had his regular face mask, and he kind of removes the face mask and opens his mouth, and the fangs are obvious. They're not you can tell when someone has fangs on when they're dressed as a vampire and what's real and what isn't, and obviously that they're attached. These are 100% actual fangs, and he reaches up and he yanks on it as hard as he can, and nothing happens, except that his thumb starts to bleed a little bit, and he squeezes his thumb and finger together, and just a spark comes out.
Dina jumps back in a little bit of fear, a little bit of confusion, and asks you to put your mask back on, but then, I mean, you freaked her out. Please, okay.
I promise you, I know weird.
Yeah, I regret asking.
I knew you would. They always do.
But, just don't tell anyone, okay? This morning, when I got to my tent, all of a sudden I felt this voice inside my head. And it told me it was looking for something. I told it to leave. I thought maybe I just didn't get enough sleep. And then it said, aha, I found what I was looking for. I'll take your wisdom. You probably won't get it back. And then everything else was a bit of a blur. I remember seeing you. I remember seeing a couple other folks. And then I remember waking up in the infirmary.
Right. Okay. Thank you for that. That's actually information that could prove useful in this investigation. As for this weirdness, know that it's not all bad. And maybe you'll see more, maybe you'll never see anything of it again. But just know that there are some of us out there that are trying to make sure that the scary things that go bump in the night stay in the closets. Yes?
Yeah, if it's up to me, I'll stick to the weirdness of the people I see here every day, but the weirdness of my head hurting like this, no more of that.
So your
good.
head still hurts, yes?
Yeah, I don't hear that voice anymore. But I just don't feel great.
Yeah, I saw it leave whenever whatever that was left you before.
She shrinks back and kind of just goes like, ugh.
Yeah.
Don't like that.
I don't blame you. Take it easy, and I would recommend not going to the joust today.
It would be too much noise for my pounding headache anyway, but I'll take your word for it.
Very good. Thank you.
Stay safe.
No promises.
She turns back to her food and drink and just kind of quietly starts eating and drinking again.
So this thing wanted her wisdom. Whatever it is. I guess we can go speak to Spike next.
Megan nods.
And to Spike we go.
Spike notices you walking over and actually waves you over. And remind me, is he the one I tried to give an Irish accent to, or was that someone else?
I think I want to say yes, actually.
I shouldn't have asked. I should have just not given him an accent.
You've dug yourself into this hole.
I really have. Well, because the second time I tried to do Irish, it came out more Scottish or whatever.
I'm about to save you, and I'm sorry for everyone who wanted to hear it. No, the Irish accent was one of the soothsayers that was working with Dina.
That's
The
right.
one that
That's
took
right. He was the one that was flirting with Chuck. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay. I will give Spike a normal voice. But Spikes sees you walking, waves you over, and turns to his sister and converses with her a little bit. You can't hear what he's saying, but
He didn't have a voice. He passed out before he got to talk. We talked to his sister.
I think you're right.
Yep.
I feel
I'm
like
the keeper. That's okay.
well, I feel like he did say something when we gave him the money, but it was like very brief.
You guys did talk to him a little bit. You know that it was him effectively possessed. But that's yeah.
Anyway.
But yeah, he calls you over and turns to his sister, turns back, and as you get closer, he says, you, my sister told me a group of folks helped me when I collapsed. She said that you were one of them. Thank you. I appreciate it. I've typically don't faint after my shows, but, can I buy you a drink?
I appreciate the offer, but if it's okay, I'd rather just ask you a couple of questions. And hey, at least you didn't pass out during your show.
Yeah, that's luckily never happened, and I don't think it ever will. Or if it did, I wouldn't remember it, that's for sure. What can I do for you?
I wanted to ask you about what happened. I'm a doctor, and since I was one of the ones to find you, I consider you partly my patient. And I'd like to know a little bit more about how you're feeling now and about what you remember from earlier today.
Yeah, it was very odd. I was riling up the crowd, like usual, doing my first couple of tricks. And all of a sudden, I felt more capable than before. And there was a voice in my head that said that it would help me perform my hardest tricks in exchange for a little bit of something. And already having a sword in my throat, I agreed. And based on the reactions of the crowd, I think I did very well. But I only get flashes of the performance before I was on the ground, according to my sister, and then quickly taken to the infirmary. The voice inside my head, it told me that what it wanted from me was, some kind of big word, condensation, construction, constitution. That's what it wanted from me. He said that he was going to take my constitution. I didn't know what that meant. That's all. I was out for a few hours. The EMTs released me and told me to take it easy.
And how do you feel right now?
Like I've got a bad hangover.
Headache?
I've certainly felt worse.
Headache, nausea?
Yeah, the usual. Head doesn't feel great. My throat feels a little tender. That's a little normal for me, though.
Yeah, I was about to say. That may just be the whole, sword swallowing. Okay, well, thank you. And obviously, if any symptoms come up again, go to the medic's tent and take it easy today. I would recommend not going to the joust today, as it will be very loud and not help your headache.
Experienced worse, but there'll be another one in a couple days, and you're not the first medical professional to tell me to not go.
Right. And he turns to his sister and he goes, he shouldn't go. Since she seems to be the responsible one, Alex is going to be like, I've dealt with families like this before. I know who to talk to.
Sister shrugs and thanks you again for worrying about her brother and for helping him when he fell earlier.
All right. Well, thank you for your time. And Alex stands and turns to leave as he puts his mask back on. His other mask.
Stacks on stacks.
Yep.
On stacks. Okay. I think that this is a good time to jump back to the train crew. And I think that Teddy is attempting to construct some kind of drone, raven thingy. I think that you'll have to roll weird science for this one, bud.
Cool. Yes. Okay, dokie. Oh. Well.
Oh. That sounds good.
I guess actually reading the rules for weird science, it specifically says that the device would analyze or deal with strangeness.
Okay.
So I guess, what do you think? What would this device be for? I can guess, but I want to hear it in your word.
It could fall under fabrication workshop. But essentially, I essentially want it to be the slowest text message like carrier device as possible for Birdie. Like I want it to like sit on his shoulder or on one of his branches, and I want Birdie to tell him the message and tell it to who to send to, and then the bird flies off and then repeats the message to that person. I think in later iterations or in like this is Mark 1, maybe in like Mark 3 or 4, it could be more of kind of like a familiar situation where like we've got some cameras in it, and it can like scan and like come back and tell Birdie like what's scout ahead and like tell him what's going on there. But right now it is legitimately just straight up a follow-up on the joke that Eric made about sending a raven. So
right. So I guess I can just pull up your character sheet. What is it that you are referring to that this could fall on? Let's see.
That are the specific moves?
Fabrication workshop.
So,
oh yeah, if you need a special item, roll plus weird. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, since it's still plus weird, we could use the roll that you already made. Unfortunately, that sounded like it was a bad roll.
It was. I remember what it was. So.
But I feel like since it's effectively the same roll.
Yeah, no, you're good.
I think that we should use it.
I think that's
what
fair.
Did you roll?
I rolled a 2 and a 1 with
Oh.
a +2 is 5. So I get to mark experience.
Yes, you do.
But yes, so I was trying. Essentially, Teddy had 3D printed like individual parts of a bird just for like aesthetic purposes. The actual mechanism that was going to keep it aloft was going to be like a maybe palm-sized propeller from a drone, powered and kind of like having it bob up in the air, and then it's kind of sitting on a gyroscope. So if it wants to push forward, the propeller would have kind of like tilted, and it would have kind of like flown forward in a canted angle. And this was like something that he was just like slapping together. He was not spending like a lot of time like actually on its design or anything together. It was like very much kind of like focusing on the book and this bird thing in the background because so I think what ends up happening is Teddy comes back to the workshop. He had like maybe a couple screws left to put in, a voice box to put in and things of that nature. He was like in the last steps of it, but as he comes in, he sees that maybe the rotor like malfunctioned or something along those lines, but the little actual propeller is just kind of like shooting across the workshop, like slamming into shelves and like it like whizzes past his head, and it almost hits Chuck. It kind of like hits the wall like right above Chuck's head in the med bay and just kind of like scatters into pieces.
Death by failed science experiment.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure on failed rolls, it is actually my job to say what happens, not yours.
Yes, Saul.
Yes, Saul. Not to step on your toes or anything. But I think that the wording of a failure of I've already lost it. Fabrication workshop is that you've crafted the wrong thing. So not that that you just haven't made it, but that it's just the wrong thing entirely. So I, as Overlord Keeper Extraordinaire, I'm going to retcon everything you just said.
All hail.
All hail. Sorry, I don't mean to be overbearing, but I think that is like technically how it's supposed to go. Actually.
I'll remember this.
Oh, good, great. Yikes. There's a way to do this with more tact, but it just isn't happening. So I think what does end up happening is we can have it both ways. You kind of walk into your workshop and this creature has not come together the way that you anticipated. It's bouncing around, it nearly beheads your dear friend Chuck, and as a result, you kind of shove it into your workshop, and you're in the process. This is kind of while Birdie is trying to tell you everything that he's learned from the Book of the Evening. So you kind of just throw it back into your lab, and you just tell Big Tex, which is your AI, to Old Tex. Is it?
Old Tex is
We're never
the
gonna
AI.
get it right.
It looks
Old
like
Tex
Big
is the
Tex.
AI, Big Tex is the train.
No, Old Tex is the train and the AI. The AI just looks like Big Tex from the Texas State Fair. It's Old Tex branded all throughout. For people to look up, he looks like Big Tex, but the name is Old Tex.
I have all of my notes, and I feel like I need a big sticky note that just says Old Tex, and that's it. So you throw it back there, and you tell Old Tex to just deal with it. And what ends up getting spat back out is still a flying creature, though instead of being what you imagined, which was kind of a passenger pigeon type creature that imparts information to and fro, it acts. Let me think about this.
Is it
for
like
a
an
moment.
attack drone? Is that what's
No.
happening?
Yeah, you're all dead. Sorry.
It's a Zubat. Because it's always a Zubat.
It comes back out. It is floating, but just barely off the ground. It can't seem to get much more lift than that. And
Poor baby.
It's a fledgling. It's doing its best.
It's Woodstock from Peanuts, is what you're saying.
Oh, yeah, it's yellow. It's scraggly. And for one reason or another, it is reciting things in Latin. And you listen to it for a few moments, and I think it picks up on the fact that it is just reading the text that you've scanned from the Book of the Evening.
Oh.
Ooh, that's super interesting.
But in Latin.
In Latin.
Okay.
Yes.
Given that the entire second half of that book is spells, I feel like maybe someone should get
Like,
control
That
of this book.
raises a lot of interesting
Cast
questions.
disintegrate.
But can auto-generated speech cast spells?
No, it would need components and a source and things of that nature. But
You sure you want to just fuck around and find out?
No, not really. Teddy's intrigued though.
So
no.
that is what Overlord Masha does with
Okay.
her veto.
Thank you, Overlord Masha, for at least giving me a bird.
You're welcome. His name is Woodstock. I got nothing. Apophis, what are you doing in the train while everyone else is, fucking around and finding out?
Great question. because Apophis has horrible investigative mystery skills and also doesn't know what else to do. But I guess if it is all right with you, he's gonna try and tune in with the monster. Now that we kind of know what it is, which is I tune my mind to a monster minion, roll plus weird, and then I get questions based off how well I roll.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that this is a perfect time. It's been a while since you've done it last. A couple hours have passed. Go for it.
All right. Oh, that is a 6 plus 2. 8. That took me a concerningly long amount of time to
Well, I was
out,
more concerned that your face went to loading mode. Is like
yeah, it was like 6 plus 2, 8. All right, there we go. Anyway, got an 8, which means I hold 1. That is better than a miss. I am going to do. How can I attract its attention? I also have a question just while you're thinking about that. So you said it has to be has to take magical, like arcane damage, and also like physical damage. My giant arms are one of the tags is magic. So would that count as arcane damage if you want me to in your terms fuck around and find out, I can do that. But I just figured I'd ask in case I maybe have to prepare some big magic because
That is a good question. I am looking around frantically because I just spilled fudge somewhere and I don't know where.
Uh-oh.
It's not hot fudge. It's like chunky fudge, but still.
not the fudge.
I don't
Don't
know. I
fudge
don't know what
fudged
it was.
it
There's
up.
just loose fudge sitting on the floor somewhere.
It's
Yeah.
fine. It'll stick to the bottom of your foot later when you step on it and you go ugh, because it's
Well, my
squishy.
concern is that my floor is carpeted. Oh, I found it.
no.
I found the fudge.
Okay.
I don't,
Now it's on my character sheet.
Nice.
I don't know if where
Sorry,
you are
Anne.
still has ants this time of year, but that could also be a problem.
That's how you get ants.
Yeah, do you want ants? Because that's how you get ants.
I don't want ants.
Too bad. That's how you get ants. So you gathered. Let me retcon some of the stuff that I said, just to give you guys a little bit more clarity on how you would defeat this thing. You gather that warlocks are like creatures, right? They're around, they're corporeal, they live. When they are defeated, they become incorporeal. And a lot of them can become corporeal again and therefore more powerful through that mechanism that I had already described. But when they're fully incorporeal, they are, of course, defeatable, but it's very complicated and that would require spells and magic and things. When they're in that kind of between phase, when they are corporeal but not at full power, you can defeat their physical form, but their incorporeal form will still exist in some way. So it depends on what you are trying to do. When they're in their incorporeal form, I mean, I don't want to put any ideas in your head, so I'm not going to say much. But you can treat them similarly to other incorporeal creatures. So depending on what you know or what you're planning, you can, in my words, fuck around and find out. But once it is fully formed, you would absolutely need like big magic plus a lot of physical damage plus a lot of other things. So the amount of effort that you have to put into defeating a warlock, it increases exponentially with kind of every phase that they go into.
All right.
Does that clarify anything, or did I just make it more confusing?
I think it clarified some things, but basically, if I punch the incorporeal form, it will not do damage.
The incorporeal form, no, I don't think
Okay.
so.
All right, that's
The
what I wanted to
corporeal
check.
form, yes, you can punch
Yes.
it.
All right, cool. Anyway, yeah, that I just wanted to figure that out before we actually got into battle because that would be
No, that is
an
totally fair,
inconvenient time.
and information I should give as clearly as possible, considering the successful investigate a mystery roll and questions. So the question that you had for tuning into the monster was, how can I attract its attention?
Yes, how can I attract its attention?
So you have gathered between what you have seen happen and the readings that Birdie has done that this warlock has been sucking some power away from folks in an attempt to regain the power that it presumably had before. It wants more. It is not done collecting. And as Apophis kind of goes through the motions to tune into the monster, again, seeing a little bit through this warlock's eyes and being a little bit in their thoughts even, you know that what they're looking for is strength. So you
All
think
right.
that if you want to gather the attention of this warlock, you gotta do something big and beefy.
Cool. That is Apophis's strong suit.
Dustin, was the head and hands a reaction to what I said?
You're muted.
Dustin, I think you're muted.
Yes, it was. Indeed.
Okay. All right.
Yes. You're creating a D&D sheet of it. I'm on to you.
I was gonna say we got wisdom and constitution so far.
Well, strength, and then there was a barmaid. I guarantee you that's charisma.
And then the silk stancer would have been dexterity.
Mosh is like, oh fuck, they figured it out.
But that's just us, the players. We don't.
I know.
Yeah. Well, I was also Alex isn't there, so
Which technically means that if the spirit was inside of Chuck, then it took Chuck's intelligence, which would mean which would track because they said you don't have a lot of this, but I'm gonna take it anyway. I think. Anyway.
Chuck
You are
have like the
forgetting
second best
someone.
sharp on the team.
yeah, you are forgetting someone who is very invested in crafting, which is based on.
Yeah, that's right, Luis. Gotcha. That's fair.
Yeah, I'm tracking what you're putting down, Mosh. I'm there.
Sips
here.
tea.
Mosh is like, I know what I'm doing. Shut up.
I don't know anything. You think I have notes? This is all blank paper.
But yeah. What's on the other side, Mosh?
Yeah, notes. Okay. I think with that, let me jump back to Alex.
Hello.
Since timeline-wise, I think that you're behind a little bit. Is there anything in particular Alex would be doing at this moment? Is there anything else he wants to investigate? If not, Megan would probably just kind of keep doing the rounds with him.
Nothing specific. He has pieced together that this thing is pulling things from different people, but he doesn't know what the rest of the group knows. That this is a warlock who is drawing it for a specific reason. So he has probably pieced a little bit together that it's drawn wisdom, it's drawn constitution, thinking about the different other victims, what could it draw from them. I'm just trying to think if he would ever realize that strength is missing in that aspect. I'm gonna go ahead and say no, just so we have a reason to group together, and he doesn't immediately just go sprinting off toward the the tournament that's about to happen.
You say that, but we also know that Alex is a D&D nerd.
Okay, fine.
I mean, we don't know that, but like,
Yeah.
it's not. It's up to you.
I mean, if
you don't think Alex would know, that's fine. But I'm calling you out.
I just don't want to metagame.
That's fair.
But if you want to do that, then he's gonna go directly to the tournament grounds because he's like strength. There's exactly 2 things that they could be attacking for strength, and one of them is standing right next to me. Because Megan is a lifter, get it? But also but also the winner of the tournament, since that's what it hinted that it was going toward. So if you as the keeper think that it makes sense for him to piece that together, that's exactly what he's gonna do, and he's gonna shoot a text to Teddy saying, "Tournament grounds, meet you there."
Yeah, I think that this is a good time for your 2 separate timelines to Elsa.
I mean,
think
Alex will
that
throw hands if it comes to.
I just hate that emoji is my least favorite. The like red face, tongue out, sweating. It offends me like to my friggin' core.
Remember that, chat.
You ready to spam?
Don't forget to mark off on your bingo that Elsa's getting yelled at.
Yeah. We were all thinking, Masha. I mean,
yeah.
It's also on the card. Everyone has a crush on a new character.
I'm just being bullied by Elsa in the chat.
Yes, you are. Okay, I didn't mean spam it now.
Good.
Save it for an opportune moment.
This is the opportune moment. You've derailed the keeper. The keeper's derailed herself. Let's be real. Yeah, I think that this is a good time to bring the 2 of you back together. I think it's perfectly reasonable for Alex to have pieced this back together. Not to mention that the joust is happening soon. Some time has passed since you've talked to all of these people. And Teddy, as you are accosted by this little raven floating robot that's just reciting things in Latin to you in a robotic, gritty voice, you get a text from Alex that reads, "Jousting grounds, meet you there."
Because he doesn't know it's a warlock, and he doesn't know all of that stuff.
Right.
He just knows this thing's gonna want strength next.
Okay, so one of the rooms I have for my laboratory is a holding cell that's meant to contain things man was not meant to know about. So this small little like diddly bird that could possibly be exploding or casting like world-ending spells, I think he's gonna put inside one of those like nice little container cubes and just.
What could go wrong?
That's hilarious. I can't believe you're putting your son into a box.
For later, I'll take him out later and see. And like,
I've gifted him to you. He's beautiful, and he speaks, and you punish him for it. I'm kidding. Yeah, you can absolutely do that.
I shall name him Lucifer.
Oh, good, great.
Let's see. Yes. Okay. So once the bird is contained, I'll make sure that Birdie kind of like sees the bird, and I'll before containing it, and I'll look at Birdie and say, "Sorry, I was trying to get you a bird, but it's just not working right now. Maybe a little bit later I can make you one."
Well, I appreciate the effort.
And then I think Teddy would probably. Is Apophis in the lounge car, or are you kind of just like close to us at the moment in time, or were you busy kind of like tuning in the other car?
Apophis is just like chilling in wherever there's like a seat.
Okay.
So he's not specific, like he doesn't have to be specifically like meditating or anything. He just kind of has to be,
Sure. Then I would probably I would probably go to. I would probably call out to Apophis, and Teddy would say, "So we should probably." I just got a text from Alex, saying to meet him at the tournament grounds. I still don't feel like we have a set way of fighting this thing, so we should probably iron that out before heading out there. If it's something that I need to make real fast, I can try and do that. If it's something that either the two of you could try and attempt, maybe let's try that. But I feel like we need some sort of weapon, or some sort of plan at least to take this thing out.
Well,
I also just want to say that Alex has an armory on the train that you know about,
Mm-hmm.
and like I could roll and you can access it. Like that's fine. If it comes to that, yeah. Sorry.
I have a particularly heavy axe.
Mm-hmm. Does it do anything else?
Well, it has a sharp edge.
Mm-hmm. So the basic functions of an axe.
Correct.
He's gonna turn to Apophis.
It has never failed me before. But
Apophis is gone.
That's a.
oh no.
That's another one for the bingo board.
I want to try. Oh,
Apophis is back.
Aha!
Apophis is back.
Huzzah!
E.
Huzzah.
So Teddy has turned to Apophis to see if maybe they have anything that could possibly, or any knowledge or any idea / plan of how to take down this. Sorry, this creature.
I Mars have maybe a plan, but I'm not sure entirely how it is working. So I'm trying to work it out. By saying I do, I also mean Apophis does, but I don't know what I'm trying to say. Basically, I have part of a plan, which is Apophis wants to enter the jousting tournament and win. And I don't know where to go from there, but I think his first reaction is to say Apophis wants to put himself in the line of fire, I guess.
Okay. Does Apophis say that to Teddy?
Yeah, Apophis tells him what they know about, like, hey, this dude wants strength. We know he wants to go to the jousting tournament. I have strength and also no jousting experience, but Apophis tells him.
Okay, that's not a bad idea. Having bait is probably a good way to lure him in. Only problem is, the only flaw I see in the plan, even though it's well thought, is if this warlock possesses you, what do we do then?
Would be quite bad.
This is a good question. I could attempt to perform some sort of magic in order to keep it from barring me, or bar it from entering my mind, though I'm not entirely confident in the effects that my magic will have, given its inherently chaotic nature.
That's fair. Maybe we could try and find maybe like a protection spell inside the Book of the Evening. I was slightly planning to maybe try and imbue either your fists or maybe your axe with magical properties, maybe from like looking up runes inside the Book of the Evening or something along those lines and trying to etching them in with my laser cutter. I think. What do you think, Bertie? Do you think we should try and take a more offensive track here? We're kind of running out of time, so it's either offensive track or use Apophis as bait, but try and protect them from being actually possessed.
Well, there are a few avenues we could go down. Both that you have listed certainly are viable. Though I would recommend, if I could, I actually myself do have jousting experience. So, if we needed a... What was the word you used?
Bait.
Bait?
Mm-hmm.
I could do that, if necessary. I don't know what your whole... I look up to Apophis. Your whole... The chaotic magics within you, how that functions necessarily. I believe that our prime moment to strike this creature would be during its moment of transformation. I think that is when it will be most susceptible to our attacks.
Flavor question for Eric. Every time Birdie moves, is he creaking like the Ents in Lord of the Rings?
Yeah, a little bit.
Cool. I just wanted to ask.
I got you.
To reiterate, Birdie's trying, essentially taking a third avenue where it's like focusing more on the transformation part between ephemeral and like corporeal form. Okay. My one thing, Birdie, is that in that process, if I've put together the math right, they need to have all, or I guess it seems as though they would need to have all their collected abilities together in order to do so. All those collected energies in order
That is correct.
To do that. So we would need it to possess another person in order to take their whatever abilities left.
You're right. It has been a while. Perhaps we should find your alchemist friend. His opinion on it.
I like this, especially since like he's wearing the plague doctor outfit, so it's like this is what.
What's Birdie's tough?
3.
Oh man, okay.
My
kicks butt.
We should reconvene with Alex. The only reason I wanted to come up with a plan now was if we need any resources from old Tex, we need to make use of them now before we head out.
Well, if you have any holy or arcane accoutrement, I believe it would be good to take it.
Sorry, I just looked at our Discord. Okay.
Join our Discord.
Don't. There are cursed things there.
I can't look at it because it'll show up on stream. So we will. All right, okay. Teddy will. I think the fastest option, probably with the least amount of backlash, would probably be searching Alex's armory. Just because crafting something or trying to add sigils to a weapon would like obviously I would need to make a fabrication or a weird science roll or something along those lines, and I don't want to fail again in my train. So I will. Yes. So what do we have to roll for armory?
I roll plus weird. On a 10 plus, you have it in plenty if that matters. On a 7-9, you have it, but only in the minimum. On a miss, you've got the wrong thing.
Okay.
So basically, I roll plus weird, and you all see if we have what you need.
Okay.
I'm into it.
Mystical and rare monster-killing weapons and items. So, like, it's specifically weapons and things like that. So, I will roll, and then you all can decide
Very
what
excited.
what you find in there.
Can also help
True.
or
well-
hurt, depending on what you roll.
Well, I rolled a 10, and then that's +3, which is
Oh, fuck yeah.
13. So, you know,
That's a wicked
13.
roll.
I can't now that I would actually get rewarded for failing sometimes, I can't fail. Can't do it.
Yeah.
Masha, you know how that feels, right?
Masha wishes she could relate.
Dude, this is the longest that Anne has gone without leveling up. And it's only because she's not playing.
Insert
It's kind of
self-deprecating
nice
laugh.
actually to not be stressed out by that. And so on a 10 plus you have what you need and plenty of it.
Yes, plenty of it.
Okay.
If
that matters, I think is the wording. Something
yeah,
like
if that matters, yeah, and plenty if that matters.
Okay.
Either Apophis or Birdie are going to be wielding this thing, so the only thing that I will say before the two of you come to terms with something is that we technically we as players know that Alex is a D&D nerd, which probably means that he has LARPed, which probably means that he has some pretty sick weapons in there, which means that literally anything could be in there. But
It's true.
I do like
Your
the
player characters
implication.
don't know that, right? Alex has not made it
it's
obvious.
just like the idea of like
No.
if the armory like opens up, that's what they're gonna see, you know. So, but
I do like the implication that Alex is LARPing with real weapons, though.
yes. with magical or holy weapons.
Yeah.
He's newly immortal, so
Yeah.
I
you
mean,
know.
everyone else is.
Rip the two mortal old men of the group.
Old dudes.
It's still
Oh,
LARPing
man.
even if you are fighting bad guys and they're dead at the end, you know. LARPing can be a
mean-
one-way experience.
Well, there is actually a form of LARPing. I can't remember the name of it, where they actually use real armor and real blunted weapons against each other.
Sounds like exercise.
It is exercise, and you get huge bruises. And I mean, because I know people who do it, and like,
That could really fracture bones.
yeah, it hurts. Like they've shown me their bruises after a weekend of it, and it's like, why do you do this to yourself? And they're like, because it's fun. And I'm like, yeah, all right, sure.
Yeah, okay, whatever.
I had big red welts after the rubber stuff the one time that I went. So, like, I have been LARPing once. I actually enjoyed it, but I would not want to go back alone again. But yeah, like that stuff. It was really cold. It was the first snow. It was on Halloween, and it really hurts when that foam gets hard.
Ooh,
Yeah,
like that.
the temperature definitely does not
Yeah.
help that. Yeah, I was thinking like my shins are constantly bruised because I walk into stuff. Like, what would it be like if someone hit me with foam nunchucks? Like, it just wouldn't feel very good.
Some people
So
enjoy the bruises.
I think that Trevor.
If Trevor wasn't gonna say it, Elsa was going to.
Masha,
That's yeah.
Masha, you okay?
We should never let the two of them in the same physical space because they would just fucking implode the two of
It
them.
Be wonderful.
So weapons.
They would be. Yeah. So, as you look in, are all of you looking into his cabinet, or is it like just Teddy?
Oh no, I think
Does it
Teddy
matter?
probably opened it up, but he's
Okay.
definitely like leaving it to Apophis and Birdie. It's also one of those things where it's like I guess it would be up to you, Masha, like how many they find and like what exactly the tags are. But like I don't think
Right.
Teddy would grab anything from the armory really.
It is a walk-in closet.
Yeah.
I'm in hell.
They use the emoji again.
So
tormented by my own boyfriend. It's fine. Oh, let me fix my camera. So I think you all look into this armory, and it is certainly a lot more full than any of you pictured it being, I think, with Alex just having a lot of weapons. And there are a lot of them that catch your eye. And I think that you guys can describe to me if you're looking for anything in particular. But something kind of glints in the light of old tech. It is a vial of some kind of oil. And Birdie, you saw this bottle drawn in the book. In all of these things with the warlock information. And so you imagine that this oil placed onto any weapon will certainly aid you in defeating the creature.
Oh. I reach out and grab the bottle.
You chug it, right?
Oh, yes, immediately. I look at it.
It's
I assume
a
this is
Four
like
Loko.
holy oil, basically.
It is not a holy oil, because I don't think that... I mean, that's up to Alex, but I feel that that's the kind of thing he probably would not. I don't know. Knowing Alex, it could go either way. Having it stocked or not.
He would absolutely have some stocked. Like, what if he goes bad? Like,
I was gonna say it's that, and then also... No, I'm not
Like
gonna
other...
say
He,
that out
he,
loud.
he canonically, he has
That's true, there are
hunted
other
other
vampires.
vampires, yeah. So.
Yeah. And he also isn't actually, like... Because I didn't take that as my thing. So he's not actually technically weak to holy stuff.
Right.
Yeah, I think then that it is just holy oil. It seems to be... It's a darker color than just kind of a pure oil. And Birdie, as you think about it, you recall an inscription underneath the drawing of this vial that mentions that it's been infused with a lot of different, like, aromatic herbs and things. A lot of them used in poultices and whatnot, kind of in the olden days, that effectively just makes it even more damaging to any kind of dangerous thing.
It's just salad dressing.
It is, yeah, it's a holy oil, balsamic vinegar. There's
It's
a little bit of
just-
pepper in there. Some lemon
That's
juice.
why Alex really has it.
It's just balsamic.
It's just salad. Yeah, there's an identical bottle right next to it that says salad dressing. And then a big
Got-
sign above both of them that says, "Do not mix these up."
It's like paint water and tea or coffee.
Yeah. I take the bottle in my hand and I say, your alchemist has proven his worth. I believe this will assist us in the slaying of this foul creature. Likely applied to our weapons.
I'm sure that'll work really well with your axe, for sure.
I believe so. And your, and I look at Apophis, your many beetles, perhaps.
I have not moisturized in centuries. This- I
Someone
say is
clip
both Apophis and Mars.
Holy shit.
Someone get Apophis some hand
Some
lotion.
fucking Jergens. Holy shit.
Oh, man.
Vaseline.
Many
There you
petty
go.
time.
Wow.
God.
Lord Almighty.
Elsa?
10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Well,
Mentioned holy oil.
Wow.
I was like, I have
That
to
was-
somehow mention the fact that Apophis is made out of beetles and probably does not liberally apply lotion.
There's just so much surface area that it is not cost effective.
No. And also the
Wow.
beetles are dead.
Yeah, and
Are
probably
they?
constantly replacing themselves.
Yeah, they're like shells of scarab beetles.
That
'Cause-
wow, I thought they were like living.
No, scarab
This
beetles
whole
are a
time.
symbol of Ra, who's the sun god, and Apophis is supposed to eat the sun. So,
Oh.
character backstory art thing.
So when you
So-
get really hungry, do you just like look at your hands?
Yeah,
Just like starts
don't mind me.
crunching. It's like a bag of chips
Um,
at all times. Just
Yeah.
Apophis looks around the cabin of Oltex, opens up their Big ZD's burger, pops a couple of the scarab beetle shells in there, closes it back up, and
I'm into
whispers
it.
to Chuck, "You know, plant, sorry, bug protein is the future for sustainability." That's my best Apophis voice. That's the best that I could do.
So,
Valid.
are
Oh
we just gonna every
no.
episode now talk about somebody's digestive system? Is that what we're
I
gonna
guess
do?
so.
Card Games on Zamboni says only 2/4 beetles are dead, actually. Ugh.
That one took me a second.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Ringo and Polish still kicking. That's fine.
It's fine. Everything is fine. So,
I think we'll go find Alex now.
yes. Do you all feel like that was a fair trade-off for the role?
could we
Are you
possibly
pleased with what
get
we
like
got?
another vial for Apophis specifically? Since-
Yes. So, yes, I would say that there were a couple of vials there, primarily because on that roll you have what you need and plenty of it. So, there's more than one bottle. Yeah, there's plenty. Enough to moisturize Apophis. That is now a unit of measure, I've decided.
Thank you, Keeper.
And a terrible, terrible sentence that I've just said. But yes, so since a little bit of time has passed since Alex has sent this text, let's check back in with him. So, Alex, you have kicked off this text. I presume you are on your way to the jousting field now. When you arrive, there are some folks practicing on the kind of dirt there. You remember that when it's not in use for the joust, that sometimes people train. What are you doing when you get there?
So the joust itself is something that's put on by the performers. Yes, like it's considered a performance.
Yes, it's people fill into the bleachers that have been put up. The kind of professionals perform.
Oh boy. He doesn't actually know that Birdie was can joust, so he can't really help out with that part of the plan just yet. So he's actually going to take a look around the tournament grounds. Maybe see if he could find what was his name? Jimbo?
Yes, King Jimbo.
That's
Yeah,
King
King
Jimbo to you.
Jimbo.
King Jimbo? Yeah.
Yeah, he's royalty.
Your
has
Grace,
A title.
Your Majesty.
Oh, I'm so excited to learn about Jimbo.
See if you can find King Jimbo real quick.
Okay. Alex asks around a little bit. You ask around a little bit, and you learn that King Jimbo is currently in the stable area that's kind of through this big set of doors, currently tending to his horse, making sure he has all of his gear, because they are going to open the doors to start seating people for the joust shortly, and then another half hour or so after that is when they are going to have the joust. You are welcome to go back there and talk to him if you would like, but he is not currently visible.
He's going to try and find him to do this thing that you've said.
Okay. Everybody is kind of preoccupied doing their own thing, so I think that you have no problem just kind of, like opening this big door and sneaking in behind it to where all of the professional jousters are kind of doing the same thing, just preparing for their performance.
Sure.
And I would say Megan is still with you, and she's
Yeah.
walking around with you and all that.
I was gonna say he's probably felt because Megan knows like about the spooky stuff, and he trusts Anne's judgment on people. So he's probably filled her in on his hypothesis at this point as well of them seeking strength next. Probably, definitely doesn't mention that he knows this because of Dungeons and Dragons, because he wants to look as cool as possible. And so he has shared this as as best as possible with her that this creature's going to be looking for someone strong, and what better way to prove strength than by winning a tournament.
Yeah, and she nods and agrees and thinks for a moment and repeats to herself, constitution, strength, dexterity. That sounds familiar. I feel like I played a game once that had those things. Can't quite remember.
He's super thankful for his mask right now because his eyes are bulging. Like he's like, crap. Don't say it. Mouth shut.
Yeah. There was a video game. Yeah.
Outer Worlds.
Yeah, it was called Minecraft.
Fortnite,
Hey Alex, wanna watch me do Fortnite dances? That she starts flossing. Just kidding. No, she turns to you and she's like, "Oh, I remember when I was younger, I played this game, Baldur's Gate, Baldur's House, Baldur's Gate, and my character, it had those things, those features. Yeah, that's yeah. Oh, that was fun." And then she follows you through.
Interesting. Never heard of it.
Turns out she's clocked like over 400 hours on Baldur's Gate.
Alex,
It still does.
I don't know that you can.
Oh, you can.
Okay.
Baldur's Gate? Totally.
Character builds.
I'm not
There's just
strong
a
enough to
there's
carry
just a lot of
that.
shit in that game.
Listen, I've not that particular one, but the one based on Pathfinder, I've got at least 400 hours in. Anyway, sorry.
I know I'm not helping with the derailing here, and it's starting to get a little late, so don't mind me. Yes, you are able to make it to that area, no problem. No one pays you any mind. Everybody, again, tending to their horses, giving them a little bit of snackies, saddling them up, etc.
King Jimbo?
Ah, lad, I remember you from the other night.
Yes, my liege. He just kind of
Oh,
tips his head. He does have the crown still on his head. He's probably forgotten at this point, actually, just because he's Alex and he's got other things to worry about at the moment. Do you think I could talk to you for a moment? I don't mean to distract you from your preparations, but I think there's something that I need to talk to you about in private.
well, as long as it's not for too long, I'm happy to speak with you. Yes, certainly, young lad, and listen, if you would like another battle between the two of us, I am more prepared this time around, and believe me, you won't be getting another one of those crowns, though. Nice choice, by the way. And he walks a little bit of a ways away from his horse and his stable to a more secluded, kind of out of earshot part of everyone else, but other folks are still visible.
Okay. How much of a bad guy is Alex, really? Because he could just beat this dude up. Like...
Knock him out.
like... But, like, I feel like that goes against everything that he's been working for. Because of the whole humanity issue thing. And, like, just beating up an innocent person seems kind of rough. Thank you, Elsa, for your input. Does he have armor?
He does. I believe he's wearing... I can never remember the difference between, like, half plate and full plate. But he's definitely wearing plated armor. You can tell that it's a little bit for show, but even armor that is not fully crafted of metal is going to provide some amount of protection.
Right. Not worried about that. It's not protection that I want to know if it provides, but anonymity, more so. In that, if someone else were to wear that armor, would they then appear as King Jimbo? Like, is there a helmet that hides his face, or what's going on there? What's the deets, Keeper?
He does have a helmet that has one of those face guard things, and he's not wearing it at the moment. He's kind of holding it, but you discern that it would allow you some amount of anonymity.
Right.
Or allow whomever, not saying that this is your plan, but...
Yeah, I mean, right now it is Alex's plan, because he doesn't know what everybody else has planned at the moment. Right. Very well, I would like to challenge you to one more fight, my liege, before your grand tournament entrance.
I may have said this wrong. He was trying to let you know that if you wanted to duel him again, it would have to be at another time. Because he's preparing to joust. So if I said... Daddy! If I said that a different way, I apologize. But I think that right now he's happy to have a brief chat, but doesn't want to exert himself before he has to perform.
That makes much more sense. I was wondering why he was offering to duel him right now before the tournament.
No, and again, I apologize if it came across that way. He does not want to fight right now. He just walked away from his horse so that you guys could have a slightly more anonymous conversation.
Okay.
Quiet.
God forbid the horse hears.
All right. I'm sure that you know that there have been people who have been passing out around the grounds today. I mean, it was all over. Everybody was spreading the rumors and all of these things. Yes.
Okay.
I don't think that these were. In fact, it's no longer think. These were not random accidents. These were not people having heat stroke. These were not people randomly fainting. These were targeted attacks of people who have certain abilities, certain not that makes it sound as though they were superhuman, but they were skilled. They were very skilled at what they do, and I believe that someone was targeting them in order to do something about that. And I feel as though the person who wins this tournament today is in danger of the same thing happening to them. And I don't want that to happen. And so I am prepared. I have some friends who are prepared in order to stop this certain thing from happening, but in order to do so, we need to be a part of this tournament. And I know that this is a performance tournament, and I can assure you that we are skilled enough to participate and to win, but we need a chance to do so in order for us to face down this person who is threatening to harm more people here. But I need your help to do that. Even if it's just one entry, even if it's just one chance, we need it. We need to take it, please.
And at this point, King Jimbo drops his kind of dramatic character voice and turns to you and says, "We don't just let strangers compete in the joust. It's to pull back the curtain. It is a little bit scripted. We're professionals. We've done this for decades. We have an idea of who is going to win. It's a little bit like professional wrestling.
Oh, okay.
Right. And I know that it's scripted. I understand this. I'm not a fool. And he says, wearing a crown on top of a plague doctor's mask. I do understand this. I promise you that I do. But what I am telling you about is no script. It is not something that I have thought up in order for a chance to get this. I mean it. If we don't take care of this, people may die. And I know that I'm some stranger off the street, but I can promise you that this is not something that I'm making up. It's something that I know is going to happen. If that is the case, and there is a defined winner, then let us pretend to be this person when the time comes. Whatever it takes, just do not let that person take a celebratory stand. Do not let them move onto the platform and stand in the winner's circle. If they do, people will die.
Oh boy. Roll manipulate someone.
All right. Here goes, everybody. Well, I rolled 11, and that's +3 because of unnatural. So, and I can it's a 5 and a 6. I promise. 5 and 6 plus 3 is what? 14. Ma's just like, dang it.
Math. 11 plus 3 is 14. Is that determined? My face was not of frustration. It was my trying to do math at the end of a day.
Okay.
He sighs heavily and says, "Okay, but it's not me that's going to win the joust. It's a friend of mine. Do you even know how to ride a horse?"
I've ridden before, yes. I never done this sort of thing, but I've done similar things in the past.
My ranger has a +16 to animal handling, so I know what I'm doing.
He does not know at this point that you all are planning the same thing that he's planning. So forgive him for trying to take the spot on the horse.
Yeah, so I think what is going to happen, unless there's something else that you would like to do, is Megan is going to leave this back area and kind of patrol a little bit around the jousting circle, just watching out for any strange happenings. And meanwhile, while you wait for your friends to arrive, King Jimbo is actually going to give you a bit of a crash course on jousting.
Okay.
You don't have very much time, but in order for you to go out there convincingly, he's going to find you an outfit that fits you, armor that fits you. He's going to direct you to one of their backup horses, show you how to hold the stick. I don't know why I'm just continuing to list more things. Yes, the jousting pieces, you learned them all.
The lance.
But yeah, for a little bit of time, you get a bit of a crash.
Okay.
And so I think that it is at this point that the other three of you who have left the train kind of come upon this area. You see Megan as you approach. She mentions to you where Alex is. And at this point as well, there are fair workers who are starting to ask for VIP tickets or instruct people into seats. So your time range is dwindling here, but Megan does let you know that Alex is going to joust.
Question for the keeper.
Yes.
At least for posterity's sake, on the way to the grounds, would it be possible to just text Alex and let him know that we're on our way, and that we have like magical weapons that will help fight the creature at least? I think Teddy just kind of like uses a lot. He's the opposite end of octogenarian, or what is it? Maybe not Septa. That's whatever. He's an old person who he uses a lot of emojis in his texts. So it's like he's like,
Great.
We're on our way to you, like jogging man, accidentally
OMW.
Yeah, accidentally slips and hits the
Train.
the red sweaty tongue out emoji.
There it is.
And sends the message, and then sends a quick message saying, "I didn't mean to send that one," and then just kind of like the little water droplet, like smiling face.
I'd like to think that this is obviously not canon, but Alex replies with, "Sure, you didn't mean to send that one," with like a winky face.
Feels in character.
Or it's a group text and Anne is just like, question mark. But yeah, okay. And that's fair. I think that with trying to write the timeline of all of this, I think Alex would get this text as he has kind of already convinced King Jimbo to let him into the joust. And I think that on behalf of Alex, King Jimbo has spoken to one of his compatriots, the jouster who he was intending to go against, and was able to, pardon me, just let him know what was up and just say, hey, do this favor for me, and so you're in, basically. But yeah, you are effectively all together. Megan let the train trio know that Alex is planning on jousting instead of one of the regular jousters. What are you all doing? You've got about 20-25 minutes before the joust is set to begin.
I think Teddy would look up at Birdie and be like, were you still wanting to joust?
Well, I suppose if our alchemist friend has taken the job, that should be fine. Though, does he have any experience?
I have no idea.
Perhaps we should find him.
We could do that.
I could give him some pointers.
Sure.
I'm used to training others, so this could be good for him if we want him to win, I suppose.
Question for the keeper, as a noob to Renaissance fairs: if you leave your seats, can you come back to them, or is it like, are they just like gone forever? Is it like
it's not that organized?
Like, sit there and be like,
we have VIP tickets.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't even know if VIP tickets are actually a thing at Ren fairs. I just wanted to have a fun thing.
Oh.
I think that it wouldn't be like specifically seats. It's just kind of an area that is sectioned off as VIP.
Okay.
So, ideally, people are not assholes. They wouldn't just take your seat if you left like your jacket there,
I'm not gonna leave my jacket. But
you know what I mean. Like if you sit there and you have your,
are they bracelets?
Duffel bag full of turkey.
Yeah, duffel. Yeah, what happened to Chuck's effects? I guess if none of you took them, I'd say
carrying
that
it
Anne
around.
You're telling me that Anne didn't grab them when
Anne would have grabbed the duffel bag but left the turkey legs.
just dumped it all on the ground.
Yeah.
I was imagining Anne has been guiltily eating turkey legs all day.
Anne is just, none of you really spoke to Anne or checked in on Chuck in the train, and if you had, you would have seen Anne in the corner weeping, dipping the turkey legs into the bucket of gravy, crying into
3
it.
days old now.
She's been very nonchalantly angel wingsing in and out from the car to take another turkey leg anytime she needs one.
Yeah.
Anyway.
and I don't. What are y'all doing? Are you?
I think Cyber Goji made a good point. Let's go get Birdie to Alex so that he wipes out all of his fake jousting training and actually kills the other rider with actual jousting training.
Yeah, King Himbo that was great. Actually, in actual jousting tournaments, they weren't trying to kill. They
Yeah.
actually, like, they would have been trained not to kill someone. They're just trying to knock somebody off the horse.
Happy coincidence then.
The killing happens on the ground.
Sure.
Right. Yeah.
Or if they
Yeah.
fall wrong.
Sure.
Yeah. Or if you're really unlucky and one of the jousting cysts gets through like one of the parts of your armor.
The
Yeah.
lance.
Yeah.
Or
The
if it
joust-
splinters
Yeah.
and causes a bunch of
Yeah.
issues.
Yeah.
You've seen A
Anyway.
Knight's Tale.
There you go.
Anyway.
So the three of you are heading backstage, it sounds like, right, to try to approach Alex,
Mm-hmm.
and give him a couple of pointers. You pass by a fair worker who tells you that while you're welcome to go back there briefly, they will need you to take your seats relatively soon so that you're not in the way once the joust starts. But you pass through the doors, you see what Alex saw. It is dusty. There are a couple of horses everywhere, folks in armor, and they have those, like...
Tabards.
Thank you, Eric. Yes.
Alex has a notepad, like a pen and a notepad, just taking notes.
Yes, and speaking of, you see what you don't see Alex, but you do see someone who is about Alex's shape and build, currently on a horse, speaking to someone else in armor wearing a crown.
Are they speaking in Alex's voice?
They certainly are. It's Alex. I don't know why I said it so cryptically.
Not that Birdie would know.
Well, I've met you once, I suppose.
You saw Alex briefly for 5 minutes.
That's true.
I mean, Teddy and Apophis would know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Teddy's gonna head over to who he believes Alex is, and he's just gonna he's gonna go up and kind of just like begin to like pet the horse and like calm it down, and he's gonna take out like a little baggie, like a plastic seal container of oats, and kind of like sprinkle some into his hand and kind of like give it to the horse to kind of like snack on before the run. Not too much, but just like a little bit. And he's gonna like close the thing and put it back inside his coat. But he's just gonna be there like with the horse. I think it's been a hot minute since he's seen one. Been around one, so he's gonna.
The horse makes a horse noise and happily eats the oats. And
Can you get an example of what a horse noise is? Yeah.
Oh, good one.
neigh,
Thank you.
neigh, gallop, gallop, gallop.
Just running away with Alex on it.
No, it does that standing still.
It
They're
actually says
happy.
the words. Yes, thank you.
And the horse's face is soft. As soft as a horse can be. They're a little, stiff, but
Yeah.
he's brown. What's
Yeah.
going on, y'all? What are you all doing?
Yeah. You are Alexander Rose? Correct.
Are you asking me or the horse?
Well, you.
Yes.
Though I suppose the horse could be Alexander Rose.
No, it could not. That was a joke. It was
Ah.
yes. It was a jest.
Very good. I am to understand that you will be jousting. On.
If not, I really should not be on this horse.
Well, it is a coincidence that we had much the same plan. I believe we have some catching up to do.
Yes. Very yes. Yes.
So,
King Jimbo, these are my friends. They're the ones I was telling you about.
King! And I immediately drop to my knee.
Yeah, of course you do.
And I reach a hand up to him. And I say, it is an honor to meet you. I was not aware that there was a king of these parts.
This is perfect.
It's very nice to meet you, lad. What is your name?
My name is Bertelac de Hot Desert. I am the Lord of Green Castle, though my keep is far away and in, quite frankly, disrepair. I would be of service to you if I could. It seems that your realm is plagued by an evil warlock who is siphoning the strength of the unwary.
What?
Ah, this sounds very. I'm taking on Birdie's voice. This is what happens. Hi, lad. My kind compatriot here has instructed me in. I can't take character voices. My compatriot here has instructed me that this is indeed the case, and I have been assisting him with jousting duties, and in fact, it will be I who he will fight shortly.
A great honor
But
for you, Alex.
Yes, much great honor.
And in fact, not a couple days ago, this young lad bested me in a brief duel, which is how he gathered his crown. And King Jimbo points to the small crown that is over Alex's plague doctor. Well, I guess Alex would probably be wearing...
A helmet.
I
now.
scratched that. He's probably wearing, like, the actual armor at this point. So...
The plague doctor mask.
It's like sticking out of the faceplate.
Yes,
It's
please.
like kind of bent as the faceplate bends down.
Oh,
on it.
lordy. You can't even hear Alex. It's just
a mess.
impossible.
Yeah, just like muffled noises.
But he informs you that they had a duel, and I am speaking far too much, and sir, you may step up off the floor. And I've been instructing this lad on how to joust so that we may give an excellent performance once the show begins in not too long a time.
Very good. Very good. I appreciate it greatly. I was worried that I would have to teach you much, but it seems that has been taken care of.
Wait, you can joust?
Oh, yes. I jousted several times with the knights back in Camelot. Years and years and years ago. But that was long ago, and I may still be rusty. I'm not sure. Or I suppose mossy. Who's to say? Anyway, we have found this oil that you created. I believe it would, yes, be helpful for killing the warlock.
I think I think Teddy would kind of like again raise his hat and be like, "Your Majesty, since Alex has somewhat told you a little bit about the situation we've got going on here, what exactly is the plan here? You know, the two of you do your bouts and all that jazz. Which one of you is supposed to win, and how are we? I guess if one of you is going to win, I'm assuming the winner is the bait, and then once the bait is chosen, what are we doing then?" He kind of like looks between Alex and I almost said King Jimbo. Technically,
Why must you do this
if we're
to
doing
me?
if we're doing the Spanish pronunciation, it would be Himbo. But well, which one? Yeah, he's just kind of like looking between the two of them to see like what exactly the plan is for after the performance.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I only knew that it was going to be after strength next. I assumed that the winner of the tournament would be that expression of strength. And I was hoping that you found out a little bit more than I have. And given that Birdie has so eloquently explained that you've discovered at least a creature of sorts, and he gestures to the vial, and you have raided my armory, I assume you have some idea of how to defeat this thing.
Listen, bud, you can throw around words like rated if you want to. You don't pay rent to live on my train or work on my train, so I will respect your privacy, but of course in this situation we kind of need it to take a look in your closet.
And I don't actually mind that, but before you start throwing the words like rent around, I can start throwing words like insurance around. So, let's not go there, Teddy.
Touche. then he's going to say, so what we figured out, it is the spirit of a warlock that is, and I'm sure you've already figured this out as well. It is taking the energies from specific champions or skilled individuals. I think you're right. I think the winner of this joust would be the strength category. What we have found out that it is at its weak. It's usually in an ephemeral form, like we have seen an actual spectral being. But once they are transitioning into a corporeal form, then that's when they're at their weakest, during that transition phase. What we've been led to believe is that when they have collected all those abilities, is when they start the transition. I am wary of setting up a winner or a possible contestant for category 4 strength, because I don't want anyone else to get hurt. We believe that we can still hurt it using this oil in its incorporeal form when it's spectral, because the oil will help make mundane weaponry magical, and that can hurt it, wound it, and maybe kill it. But we know for sure that it is at its weakest during that transition phase.
Right. So, in other words, it would need to at least get some strength from the person before. Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
I understand. Then, King Jimbo, I found my honor guard, and the ones who will celebrate my victory with me once I win the jousting tournament. And if I happen to take a nap on stage, I trust them to be able to take care of any problems that may arise.
Point of order. Out of the three of us, and I point to Apophis, Birdie, and myself, and then to Alex, and I say, you're the one who is more arcane focused, in a sense. I know that you have your little blood magic thing going on.
He kind of just looks toward King Jimbo for a second and then back. He's like,
and then he looks at King Jimbo and says, as his character, he's kind of like a maverick of a knight, kind of goes against the grain. He doesn't have black armor right now, so we can't do that, but you know what I mean. And he turns back to Alex and he says, I'm not sure if one of us, if you are taken over, how we are supposed to hurt the being without hurting you.
Then don't. Just hit me. This thing obviously doesn't, stay in here very long.
Apophis, can I see your fist very quickly? And I kind of hold Apophis's fist in my two hands, which is roughly the size of the space that I am holding in my two hands. And he's like, this is what would be smashing into your face.
Yeah.
I could attempt to restrain you if you were caught under the effects of a possession, and perhaps wait for it to rest out of your body before we attack it.
That is also a possibility. The thing is so far, there's not really been a tell that it's been possessing a body.
As you are all discussing, you hear, and it's been going on for a little while, that there is an audience outside, and it's been getting louder and louder. And you can hear the voice of an MC talking up the joust, speaking on who's going to be in it. And you hear that it is 5 minutes until showtime, that anybody who wants to be in the stands to watch the performance needs to get to their seats as soon as possible.
Right. Okay. So we don't have much time. So probably what's going to end up happening, whoever wins is going to get possessed, probably. 90% chance. If that happens, we will do our best to restrain and try and contain without harm as best as possible before we can maybe, I don't know, banish the thing from your body or wait until, I guess, it finishes leeching off of you and starts its transition. But I don't like this. I know now that the joust ends a performance, but
That's what
sorry,
he's
it's
supposed to say.
somewhat disillusioned now. But the actual act of killing these killing this creature that's gonna put a lot of people in danger. It also might happen right in front of everyone, but I guess we'll just figure that out in the moment. Teddy's somewhat frazzled because he wishes he had a better plan going into this, but
Yeah.
that's just the nature of TTRPGs, I guess. So I think Teddy will just kind of like pat the horse a little bit and just speak some soft words to calm it down, and then kind of just like
What are those soft words, Teddy? What are these soft words you're speaking to
he's
this
just
horse?
he's gonna like stroke the it's not a muzzle, it's the
Face?
I guess it's the
Snout?
face. The snout, the long part.
The long
The
part.
long part of
the
the
pun,
horse. Yeah.
the pun part of like the long face. I feel like there's an actual word for it, but whatever. He's gonna.
I'll Google it. I'll get back to you.
He'll pat it
What is
softly
the
and
face
just
of a
say,
horse called?
he'll say, "You're a strong, you're a strong boy. Okay, you keep my friend safe." And then he's gonna step away.
I'll tell you.
The
If anything,
horse.
it will be. Sorry.
The horse neighs again. Give me oats,
God,
it says.
Elsa. I just lobbed that up. I just lobbed that for Elsa to just.
Yep.
Anyway,
It's like a game of volleyball. You set the ball and Elsa spikes it over the net, and it's a score. It's a point.
You straight in the face.
Did I do it right? Did I do the volleyball right? I don't
Except
remember.
it wasn't Elsa this
set
time.
and
It was
spike.
actually
I
your
was
brother.
going more for tennis, but yes.
Oh, fair enough. Yes. I think Eric, you were going to say something.
I say, if anything, it will certainly be a very entertaining show.
Yes, it certainly will. My hope is that perhaps I can resist it, but if not, well, I can handle a few punches from office. Probably more than you may think I can. This coming from a very scrawny-looking doctor.
Well, you have surprised me before, so
I have?
yes.
Oh, okay.
And King Jimbo is now letting you all know that you really have to get to your seats if you want to be able to watch the performance. I am going to presume that you grabbed the VIP tickets from Chuck's pocket, from his corpse, his desiccated corpse, you foul beings. Just kidding, Chuck's not dead. He's
Looted
fine.
the body.
Yeah.
Right click loot.
And I think I determined it was 5 tickets, so Megan
Yep.
gets to sit with you too, unless one of you wants to
Oh,
leave her.
Alex is,
Teddy will shuffle everyone.
Oh, that's right. There are 4 of you.
Everyone, in order
Because Alex is
for Megan to be the one, like at the end of the row that is exactly in Alex's view when he like canters out on down the line. Like he'll be like, nope, move, and shuffle these 2 massive cosplayers down the line to.
Yes, and Megan takes off her jacket and shows that she was not wearing a dress shirt, but just like a vest and like a short sleeve dress shirt, and her biceps are huge.
I was really hoping her button-up would be sleeveless.
Yeah, fine. The sleeves have been ripped off. No, you know what? She has sleeves, but she rips them off because it's hot, and these seats are directly in the setting
Just
sun.
casually walking up to the seat. Seems tearing
As
away.
she sits, her knees rip through her pants.
Also just sent me a key smash in private for my phone. Just thought I'd put her on blast.
Bless.
Don't say we never do any fan
Service.
what's it called? Thank you,
Fan
fan
service,
service.
yeah. Elsa, I just read the thing before that.
Elsa's just saying what we're all thinking. It's
And what we're all
We all-
thinking is
oh, man.
keyboard smash.
Oh Lord, I'm so sorry. I'm trying to like build up suspense here, but
you're good.
I just am making it worse. Hold on, let me see. This music might be too aggressive, but let me see if I can change the vibe here. Oh, it's gonna fucking. Okay, sorry. Oh, wait, I've said left.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
fine. You're
You've been
fine.
saying it all night.
In question that might slightly raise suspense because it might come into play if Apophis has to punch Alex. Does Alex's armor give him any armor? Which sounds very confusing, but like in games term, in
Alex doesn't
game
have armor.
terms.
No, but he's wearing armor presently.
Oh, I guess so. Yes. So that depends on that. Yeah. Alex also just ignores one armor, like it's or one harm. Like literally any harm that you do is one less to him because he's immortal.
But also,
enough.
Apophis's fists are 3 harm.
Nice. So what is
Damn.
the armor that he's wearing do?
I think that it would be a +1 armor.
All right, cool. There you go.
And I
Feel
would.
slightly less bad about potentially punching Alex.
He's fine. Don't worry about him.
How is the music? Is it too much, or is it
I'm
just
into it.
enough?
No,
I
that's
like
fine.
it.
Sometimes like the instruments, they're too noisy for the ear holes.
I will probably raise it up a little bit more for this stream once you start describing the joust.
Okay. Oh.
There you
I
go.
have to describe things. Can't I just play a YouTube video of a joust and call it a day?
Just picture one
just-
of them as a part of vampire.
Yeah, of course. Yes, so you all make it to your seats. Megan is a dreamboat sitting exactly where Alex will see her. Didn't make y'all roll for that.
As soon as
or
he gets
anything.
out, he just falls as
Um,
soon as he gets there. Hey, Ink and Liar here. Hi.
Hey, Ink and Liar.
oh,
perfect.
hello.
Thank you so
Yes,
much.
that's what that means.
Yeah.
We have been raided.
Thank you.
Hi.
Thank
It's
you
good
guys
to
for
see
That's
you all
one
raiding.
of the things on our bingo board is getting raided.
Yeah.
Thank you all for coming. You are just in time for the joust.
The joust is here.
The joust is here. Please sit, pour yourself a drink, and stay a while.
Yeah.
You hear a haunting voice. That's my attempt at doing the Elf Song Tavern, by the way. My bad. I don't know what's going on.
Didn't
I'm
hear
getting
you
shit.
actually. There was no sound. You just
Oh,
you
thank
just looked up
God.
and went. You just looked up and went.
That's even better.
Yeah. You're like,
Okay.
There's a haunting melody.
It's a
Use your
sound that only ghosts
imaginations.
can hear. So, anyway, yes, welcome to our raiders. Thank you for joining us.
Yes.
So everybody is in position. The MC is at the center of this dusty ring, and everybody in the stands is electric. They are full. Everybody has mugs of ale. Everybody is dressed up. People seem to be seated in sections related to the colors of different jousters, and you folk are luckily in the section for Alex's position. The MC describes the joust a little bit and how it works, and the 2 folk come out. The man you know is Alex, parading out on his brown horse, named Lightning Fury. Parades a little bit. He looks a little bit awkward after all. He only just learned how to joust this afternoon. And Alex, out of the corner of your eye, you see your friends sitting in the stands, cheering for you wildly. And of course, Megan is there, existing.
He almost falls off his horse, but he doesn't.
I'm happy to
It's
hear it.
slow,
See,
like
here's the
tip
thing.
off.
So Alex went to college and medical school in Louisville, which is actually where the Kentucky Derby happens. So he's definitely ridden a horse before. Like he knows how to ride horse a little bit.
Excellent. And as Alex walks out on his horse. Alex walk out. The MC says, and this is Prince Elwood. He is attempting today to dethrone King Jimbo, our resident champion. He hails from a far land. We shall see how he does. There's a mix of cheers and boos from the audience. You can tell that he's meant to kind of be the villain character in this situation.
King Himbo is the villain?
No, you're
the
Prince
villain?
Elwood.
Oh, okay.
So Teddy was right.
I turned to Teddy very concerned. I said, now hold on. Are you telling me is Rose not truly his last name? Does he take... I was not aware of this. Are you telling me that we were in the presence of royalty this entire time?
No, it's okay, Bertie. He's acting, like bards or minstrels or thespians, if you had those back then.
Yes, we did. So it is ruse.
Yes, it is a ruse. Good
I
word.
See. Okay. It is part of the plan to draw out the warlock. I understand now.
I just want Bertie to shout, "It is a ruse!" Just, fear not, fair people.
And the announcer, the MC as I've been calling him, continues. And our reigning champion, you know him as King Jimbo, though some call him King Himbo. He is the stealer of hearts, the winner of jousts, and quite the specimen. And out parades on his horse King Jimbo, wearing full regalia, feather plume out of his helmet. He is shaking his jousting pole into the sky, and the audience fully just erupts into applause. Some folks are standing to cheer. This man is very clearly the crowd favorite. The MC explains a little bit more about King Jimbo's background, and the two of you on your horses go on to different sides of this jousting field. You stare each other down. The MC gives you the okay, and both horses kick off running. Both poles descend, and Alex, with your training, you know exactly what to do. With this first pass, you do hit King Jimbo's shield with your pole. Your pole breaks, as it should, and you are met with, again, some cheers and some boos from the audience, but for now, it's faring well for you. You reset. You are handed a fresh jousting pole, and you look over at King Jimbo. Something about him is a little bit different this
Haven't
time.
even considered.
Fuck.
He takes his helmet off, he smiles, and it looks sinister. The MC calls you to go. Both horses kick off. And this spear that he is pointing is aimed directly at your head. You have a moment, a split second to react. What are you doing?
I have a shield, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna raise my shield to knock the lance away from, stabbing me in the forehead, if at all possible.
Okay. I would like you to roll an act under pressure roll, please.
Okay.
That is plus cool.
That's a 6 and a 4, which is a 10, plus 2 is 12.
All right. That's fucking amazing.
God damn.
See, one of the biggest concerns is I'm afraid because we're not rolling on the screen or whatever, that people think I'm cheating. I promise I'm not. I'm down for failing rolls. I just don't. Not here. Now catch me playing like D&D or something, 7s all day.
Yeah. You're getting 7s, just in Monster of the Week they're good.
Yeah.
More so than in any other game. So yes, in a dramatic and barely visible flourish, you see this spear pointed directly at your head, and you are able to draw your shield up to block it. It hurts. It does not feel good, the amount of force that was placed behind this push. But his spear breaks. He reaches the end of the column, or the row, perhaps. He gets another spear. The MC is going wild, and so is the crowd. They are chanting for King Jimbo to win.
Do they realize anything at all about this? I guess, well, actually one person might. The rest probably don't know how a joust normally goes, right? But Birdie might notice that you don't normally go for the head.
You think I would?
I think that's, unless I remember incorrectly, going for the head is a big no-no in jousting.
Mm-hmm.
It's messed up. It's rude.
Yeah, because you could actually kill the person that way.
I lean forward, and I think the look on my face instantly intensifies. And I say, something's not quite right.
What do you
And
mean?
it is time for another round. There's not much time, truly, to think about it. Jousts are quick, and the crowd is, again, electric, cheering for King Jimbo, some for Prince Elwood. Both horsemen have given blows and received blows. This is exciting. The drunkards in the audience are having a good time. So, the horses kick off again. This time, once more, this music has, like, guitar in it. I wasn't anticipating that.
This is like Persona 4.
Yeah, look, I'm down. Like, let's
into
go.
it.
This is rocking now. We're about to really hit it.
So, ready for another round. This time, he levels the pole at your chest, something that is legal. But what do you do? Are you going to carry out this as normal, or are you going to let him hit you? You have a split second. Tell me, Alex, what do you do?
He's going to start galloping down toward the thing. He's going to give a look toward our group in the crowd, and he's going to let him hit him.
Okay. You see, those of you in the audience, see both horses run at each other again very quickly. King Jimbo's horse is running full tilt. And at this point, his helmet is barely on his head. You hear this sickening crack as King Jimbo's jousting pole collides with Alex's chest. Alex is knocked off of his horse, falls to the ground, and you take 3 points of damage, Alex, which I understand with your assistance is only 1, as it's not armor defeating.
Okay.
But the crowd goes wild. And with the sound of the impact, the MC calls King Jimbo the winner. He seems shocked. I knew that King Jimbo would win. He is our resident champion. Prince Elwood will have to try again another time. And as he speaks, King Jimbo dismounts off of his horse, stands up, arms up, rips off his helmet, throws it to the ground, and says, "Yes, that was everything that I needed."
Did he get off of the horse?
He's gotten off of the horse, threw his arms up in the air, boasting about his win, and he collapses to the ground.
Okay. I was getting ready to okay, go on. Alex was getting ready to use some of the blood he just coughed up to cast a spell, but it sounds like he doesn't need to do that.
Yes. Allow me one more moment. And the audience gasps, as does the MC, as this man collapses to the ground. In a moment of unsettling silence, all eyes trained on King Jimbo, you see a figure emerge from him. And some of you have already seen this figure, just barely, incorporeal, ghostly. This time, he's real. The figure emerging from King Jimbo has fabric on his skin. Skin where skin should be. Colorful, vibrant necklaces full of feathers and beads and stones. A mask obscuring his face. And he stands and he laughs. And he looks down upon King Jimbo, lays a hand on him, and begins to chant.
So Alex is not gonna allow that particular thing to happen. Hang on, let me pull this up. Let's see. He is going to reach out and grab King Jimbo as well, and he's going to try and bar this area from the warlock, the area surrounding King Jimbo, to try and basically expel him away. Basically, I'm using magic to, or if you prefer, I can do one thing that is beyond human limitations and just tackle this dude, just in full armor, just come in like a wrecking ball and just smash him away. Just anything to get him away, because at this point he should know, because I'm assuming that they filled him in, that he's got to kill the people to get their full power. So, right? Unless you all have to hide that from Alex for some reason.
We never said it out loud.
Yeah, we never said it out loud.
But I
'Cause
mean, I don't
technically,
think
I
that would stop you
forgot,
from protecting
but-
this guy.
Yeah, Alex is still not gonna let this guy touch him, touch his friend Jimbo.
Yeah.
So he let's do that. Let's do one thing, or however you want to do it. He's gonna try and just knock this dude away. Just he's gonna come in like an armor-clad wrecking ball and smash into him with vampire speed, if all possible. So I can do that. I can do protect someone. I can do kick some ass. Whatever you want me to do. I can do act under pressure. However you want it, I'll do it.
I think that what I will have you roll is dependent on a bit more of the semantics of what you're doing. Are you jolting into him, trying to launch him far away? Are you trying to just get him off of King Jimbo? What is your plan?
I feel like Alex would want to get him as far away from King Jimbo as possible, because
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
He's acting on instinct at this point.
Mm-hmm. I think that would then be the do one thing that is beyond human limitations, unless you did want to cast a spell to bar this place. But I'll leave that up to you. In any case, it is a use magic roll. But tell me what you would like to do before you roll, I guess?
I think to start, his number one goal is get man away from friend. So I think that, because I don't think he really has enough time to think. He was planning to expel the creature, but it left on its own. So he's just gonna straight up tackle this dude, try and get him away.
Okay. I think that trying to get him as far away as possible would be use magic in the realm of one thing beyond human limitation. So go ahead and roll plus weird.
Here we go. Let's see. That is, I rolled a 6 plus 3 is 9. So for once, I did not completely succeed.
Wait, so
which
you rolled a 6, like a 3 and a 3, or a 2 and a 4, or a 1 and a 5?
I rolled a 3 and a 3.
Okay.
I rolled a 3 and a 3, and then I add 3.
Nice.
All right, so go ahead and choose your glitch.
Let's see. trying to think which one fits better as far as no, that's never mind. I shouldn't take that one because I can't take that one. That's me. Take 1 harm, ignore armor. He any harm he takes is lessened by 1. I don't think that's fair because that's not armor according to Immortal. So I think the magic draws immediate unwelcomed attention. He did just tackle this dude, so it makes sense that he would draw immediate unwelcome attention.
Yeah, so the 3 of you who are still in the stands, probably not for much longer, I imagine, watch as, with preternatural speed and strength, your friend Alex, who has just been knocked directly off his horse, pops up, slams his entire full body into this newly corporeal figure, and just launches him like 10, 15 feet, just like skittering in the dust.
What you're saying is Alex just tackled a bait. Because it's a newly corporeal being, right?
Yes, that is precisely.
Yes. And I think the immediate unwelcome attention that you gain is the warlock immediately stands up, points a finger at you, Alex, and says, I don't think I appreciated that very much. And you feel something pulled out of you. There's this pain in your chest, like something is being taken away. And you are going to take 2 harm, ignore armor, and you have a -1 forward to your next roll.
Nice. Okay. This is fun.
And he begins lumbering towards you. All of this has happened in a very quick time, but at this point, the audience is frantic, screaming, and starting to disperse. The 3 of you in the stands who do not readily run away from danger, what would you all like to do?
It's fun. It's crazy that you assume that because Birdie could just run away from danger. We don't.
Yeah, I could just be a liar.
Yeah.
That's true.
I think
two of you plus Megan, who is not afraid of danger, and then Birdie the wild card.
I think Teddy would just say it's go time and then kind of like get up, but he's primarily going to leave the fighting to his kaiju friends, and he has a plan. I have a plan, and so I would like to start off by just kind of like going over to where the horses are and kind of like collecting them and trying to get them out of harm's way, or at least like a little bit farther down the tourney run to just keep them farther out of the way, and kind of like tie them up there.
I don't think that requires a roll. I think that you are able to corral these horses away from this, and they readily come with you. One of them does, at least, because you've already fed them oats. You share a bond with this brown horse named Lightning Fury. I think is what I told him he was. Birdie and Apophis, what are you doing?
I'm going to coat my weapon in the oil, the blade of my axe, and I'm going to hold it out to Apophis. Would you like some?
For a minute I thought you meant the blade, and Apophis was like, I don't want a blade.
No, the oil.
Yeah, Apophis is definitely going to take some oil and just kind of splash it on his arms, I guess.
I hand the rest of the bottle to you, and I immediately hop over the fence and just charge at the warlock.
There were 2 bottles, right?
Were there 2?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
okay. Then I guess in that case you'd have your own. I suppose.
Yeah.
Use your own bottle.
All right. Well, then we're fine. Whatever. I don't know. It doesn't make a difference, really.
Birdie pours the rest of his bottle onto the ground.
I just drink the rest of it.
I never learned how to share.
Listen, that's actually what Alex is gonna do if you give that to him. Like, trust me.
Yeah. I charge at him. I don't know if that's like everything I can sort of do in my turn, or.
Yeah, there kind of aren't turns. It's kind of, right, like that's just monster of the week. So I think that in the time that you are doing that, I will also allow Apophis, and I guess you guys both coded your weapons. Apophis, are you also running into battle? Are you doing something else?
Apophis is going to run into battle, unsurprisingly.
Okay. Yeah, so I think it sounds to me like Birdie is probably closer, just probably left the stands a little bit more quickly, and I will allow him to go first. What are you going to do?
I'm gonna rear back and swing at him with my big axe.
All right, that sounds like a plan.
Just
I
a
would
big
like
shot for the
Just
midsection.
big whack. All right, go ahead and roll kick some ass.
All right. Oof. That is 3 and a 1 and a 3. So that is
Okay,
7 total.
that's okay.
Okay.
So
well,
on a 7+, you and whatever you're fighting inflict harm on each other. The amount of harm is based on the established dangers in the game, etc.
Mhm.
So how much harm do you do?
4.
4!
I do
Holy
4 harm.
mackerel!
Yeah,
That's
so
a
my
lot.
axe does 3 normally, and then as a construct, I took the move, or no, my purpose it was weapon. So all of
I
my
see.
attacks do +1 harm.
nice.
That is wild. That is more damage than I think I've seen for anything that's not like a grenade in this
I think it's the
game.
most damage I've seen. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, you could tell because you said 4, and every one of us are like, "What?"
Yeah. The rest of us don't need to participate. Just Birdie and this guy. But
And I want to say, like, as Birdie is like charging into combat, he's laughing like a madman.
can we hear it?
Oh God, don't put me on the spot like this.
You're the one that said it.
You're right. He's just like, have at thee, blackguard, and he just swings with the axe.
beautiful.
Perfect.
So every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So in this moment, you swing your huge axe. Why is everyone touching their nose? Did I miss something?
I don't.
I don't know.
I'm scared. You swing your axe at this creature, and he grunts and leans into it, but opens his eyes fiercely at you and swipes at you. And it's strange because he doesn't have claws, but they certainly feel like claws when they hit you. And the marks that are left on your arm are marks you would imagine to be left behind by something with big ol' ugly claws. And you take 3 harm.
I have 1 armor. Does
Okay.
that work against this?
It does not ignore armor.
Okay, so so I'll take 2 harm.
Yes.
Cool.
Okay, and Apophis, I believe you are also going into battle.
Indeed, and surprise, Apophis is gonna hit it with his fists.
All right. In any way in particular, or just doing the old 1-2 punch?
I think Apophis is going to kind of take these like big bounding leaps towards the warlock, and then as he gets close, just kind of like smash his hand like the Hulk, just kind of just like smash his hands down onto this warlock to try and both incapacitate it and like actually do harm.
Okay. Go ahead and roll kick some ass, please.
2 and 6 is 8, plus 2 is 10.
Ooh.
And
So
that
you get an
does
extra effect.
Ooh, so I'm finding my extra effects. There they are. I'm gonna inflict terrible harm, and
Okay.
get Yeah, +1 harm, so that'll be 4 harm.
Awesome. You
Apophis
guys are
did not want to be
wrecking
up
shop right
stages.
now.
Y'all tearing this warlock apart.
Apophis
yeah.
did not want to be upstaged by Birdie, so
Beefcake fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, so everybody sees Apophis take these just massive leaping bounds through this dusty arena, kicking up huge dust clouds as they run. And Birdie, you have just enough time to look up and look to the side to see Apophis just 1-2 just whack this warlock with everything that they've got. So that is going to be ouchy for them. But in any case, the warlock is going to fight back. And the same way that he retaliated against Birdie, he's going to retaliate against you, Apophis. His hands, as human as they look, swipe across your chest, and behind they leave these big gashes, and you take 3 harm.
and I assume that also doesn't ignore armor for me, so I will only take 1 harm.
Nope, for you it
Damn.
does.
Y'all are nuts.
You guys got like,
Balancing
armor for
combat is hard.
days.
But yeah,
Yep.
fair enough.
That was one of the first moves I took as the summoned. My body naturally has 2 armor.
Makes sense.
Okay, Teddy and Alex, I think that if one of you has something you would like to do in this moment.
Teddy,
No, we're not gonna-
Teddy is enacting the second stage of his plan, which is
Okay.
taking out like small like cardboard tube containers and like several different components and capping them together into little sticks and lining a fuse and trying to create kind of like a 5-spoke semicircle ring and like somewhat in like the front vicinity of the fight. And I would this second part of the plan, I was planning on having just like Teddy do it, kind of like trying to like dodge people and like stay out of the way while he's doing this plan. The hope being that at the end, hopefully we all live, Teddy's gonna light it up and try and convince everyone that this was a fake stage performance with some fireworks. So that is what Teddy is doing in the background.
Okay.
However, I would say if the keeper needs kind of like incentive, he is handling like components that, if mishandled, will explode and like kind of like they're live components because that's what fireworks are like. It's a bunch of different materials, kind of like inside of a kind of like a base to keep it at bay until fire occurs. But like if mishandled, you know, bad things can happen. So an act under pressure roll probably wouldn't be out of place.
I think that act under pressure makes the most sense here, just because you are trying to do this cleanly and quickly enough to be convincing to an audience of people.
Yeah.
And yes, you, as you mentioned, working with explosive, lots of people, some panic, recipe for potential disaster. So go ahead and roll plus cool.
Dope. All right. Okay. Plus cool. Let's see here. That is okay. So that's 5. Plus 3 is 8. Plus 1 for cool is a 9. So
Math is hard today.
yes, math is hard today, but yeah, that's a mixed success.
Okay. So I'm going to give you a worse outcome, hard choice, or price to pay.
Oh my.
So I think
Let's get on the train, guys. Missing like 2 fingers. All
So-
aboard.
one more time. You are setting up these fireworks in a small ring or a big ring?
It's like
Is it like around the entire stadium, or it's meant to just be like a condensed
right. So like
finale of a fireworks show kind of deal?
if the jousting pitch is like a rectangle, right, and we're at one end fighting, the idea is that he's trying to kind of like create like a semicircle around the fight in and of itself in order to make it seem as though it were staged, you know, but like he's also like sticking these things into like packed mud and dirt, and so it's like they're not going to be perfect, so he's not trying to do like a circle. It's just kind of like a nice little semicircle to make it kind of like look like the front of a stage, I guess.
Okay. So I think I'm going to give you 2 options here.
Okay.
I think that you... Okay. Potentially 3 options. We'll see how many come out of my mouth as I start talking. So I think that one of the, you know, keeper life, with like a it's fine. I think
Totally
that a couple of things could happen here. You set up the semicircle, but in doing so, you draw the attention of the warlock, and you think that regardless of how long he pays attention to you, he will probably try to get a pop-off on you. Or you are going to set these up, and one of them is going to malfunction, and potentially cause you harm. And I think, to give you an option that will not cause damage, I think your third option is that this does go according to plan, but you are able to set it up, but you get the feeling that when you set it off, no one is going to believe you, and you may actually end up in trouble with the folks who work at the fair.
Nice. Okay.
So your 3 options are warlock pays attention to you, fireworks blow up in your face, or the law.
So the one with the warlock, and this is a question for just because of the ongoing conversation that is Monster of the Week. I draw the attention of the warlock, right? Would it be possible maybe if I'm drawing the attention of the warlock, they're not attacking my comrades, they could all technically attack in that time if it's passed off to them. Would I be able to distract the warlock by popping off the fireworks? Essentially kind of like using the fireworks as kind of like a flare to get his attention and the crowd's attention. And if he attacks me, he attacks me. But hopefully with the combined forces of Alex, Birdie, and Apophis in the next couple of rounds, they can just like wipe the slate clean. And even if he's hurt, Teddy could somewhat pull off this like ta-da, you know.
So I think rules as written, you would not necessarily be able to do that because that was not your original plan.
Right.
So it's the kind of thing that this is the consequence to your action, and the way that combat / like quote unquote turns work in the game is not quite like D&D where everything happens in the same 6 seconds, right?
Right.
I think that the warlock would still be able to, you know, parry back and forth with everybody else.
Sure. You hand off based on like what you think fits the story or like things of that nature. I understand.
Right. So I don't think that you would get to kind of slap that on there.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to, I believe that you can do this. If you want to just not do any of that and re-roll with distracting the warlock in mind, I could have you re-roll.
Nah.
Okay.
He can hurt me. It's cool.
Okay. So you'll want to take damage from the warlock.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Okay. So blows are being traded, a lot of dust is being kicked up, and the 3 of you who are actively fighting see Teddy just pulling things out of his coat, combining them together, just frantically, quickly, but calculatedly dropping these cylinders into the ground. And are you lighting them now, or are you waiting?
since
I'm asking for flavor.
No, well, that was I think if we're doing flavor, just like my interpretation of like I get to do this thing, but I get hurt. Maybe Teddy just kind of like plants down that last cylinder and like ties off the fuse, and then that's when the warlock gets him. Is like when he's like finally like set everything up, and maybe he's about to light it, but he just doesn't get it off because of the hit.
Yeah. It was either going to be right before or right after you lit it, so
Yeah.
the outcome is more or less the same.
Yes, right before.
But yeah, I think Teddy is just putting all of these pieces down, setting them all up together. And Teddy, you pull a match out of your jacket pocket. You would have a Zippo lighter, let's be real.
I like
You
matches.
pull out a Zippo lighter. Okay, you have both.
I'll
I
strike
don't
it
want to
on
make
my boot.
decisions for your character.
Or I'll use
but
the
sure.
stubble. That's cool.
Ooh, love it. Okay. Teddy pulls a match out from a matchbox in his pocket, strikes it on his stubble on his face, and puts his hand down slightly shakily to light the fuse on these fireworks. And as he looks up, as you look up, you lock eyes with this warlock, and he points at you and says, I don't like that either. That's not going to help me. And you are going to take 2 harm, ignore armor, and you have a -1 for.
Understood. What does that look like? Or is it just that feeling?
It is again that feeling. Since you are locking eyes with him in this moment, you notice that a lot of his necklaces levitate off of him a bit as he points at you. There is no otherwise visible magic, but you feel the same thing Alex felt, just this pulling from the inside of your chest.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't feel particularly good. So I think now we can turn to Alex, who is probably on the ground at this point. Alex, you have seen your 2 big bruisers just whack the heck out of this warlock. And you have seen your friend Teddy doing something science-y, but unfortunately not quite get to complete his task. What would you like to do?
Alex is going to slowly stand up. Like he's still kind of like holding his chest area where he was smashed with the lance pole for a second. His breathing is a little labored, but definitely not as bad as any normal person would. And he starts to limp towards the man, and the warlock, and he reaches out and like grabs one of the vials with whatever's left in it, and he rips his helmet off, and he says, "You think that this is the way that life should be? Stealing from others, draining what they have? Allow me to show you how that feels." And his eyes start to glow red, and he pops the cork of that, and he gargles it, like just pours the rest of that in his mouth, grabs the man, and just bites into his neck. If I succeed at doing it.
Yes. Is that a kick some ass roll from you?
Yes, it is.
Excellent. Roll it. Ooh.
It is. It is indeed. He's attacking for the first time with his natural attacks.
Oh shit.
Yeah, this is the very first time that he's ever attacked with this. So
He's
let's see how it
gargling.
goes.
He's gargling holy oil while
He
doing
is.
it.
So that is 11 minus 1 because of the -1 full word.
Oh shit.
Which is a 10.
Damn. All right. Okay. What is your
so-
extra effect?
So, well, first, allow me to explain what Alex's natural attack is, because
Okay,
it's not.
that would be helpful. Thank you.
Alex's natural attack is actually life drain.
All
So he is biting into this warlock's neck, and actually, so he probably feels something very similar in that his life is being drained out into Alex. Alex actually, with life drain, Alex will heal however much damage he actually does, which is at right now. So base life drain is 1, but his extra for his natural attack is +1 harm to that base. So he deals 2 damage, 2 life drain damage under normal circumstances. Let me see. What are my extra?
This is a very ironic attack.
Yeah,
I love it. I think this is great.
and Alex gets it. Like Alex is TO'd because this guy is doing the thing that he's been fighting so much to not do, which is feed off of other people, and he's pissed. So I think because of that, he's actually going to inflict terrible harm on this man. So that's going to be three life drain damage.
Okay.
And so, yeah, and he does have this holy water in his mouth that just drips into the wound as well. So how much am I healing, Keeper?
And you heal the number of points of damage that you do, right?
Yes.
Okay. You would heal 2 points.
Okay. Which is actually the maximum that I had anyway. So suddenly Alex, like, is even livelier than he was before, even if blood is dripping down his face. His eyes are still glowing red, and he's a little, yeah.
What
All
does,
right, there you go.
Does the oil taste like balsamic vinegar?
Yeah, could you give us a flavor profile on this, please?
Sure.
You're asking me, or you're asking Dustin?
Yes.
Dustin
I
made
guess
it in
it's Alex's
character, so
oil.
yeah.
And well, we won't spoil the holiday episode where we find out more about Alex's digestive tract.
Yes, definitely watch it for that.
But he
Yeah.
can taste, and he I would say yes. It tastes very, especially to him, very bitter, just very like, you know, up until he bites into this creature, and suddenly to Alex things start tasting very sweet. And yeah, so there you go.
Salad
Maybe-
dressing.
Y'all got to see the sweet shy Alex in two different ways. One stuttering over himself because there's a pretty girl present, and again when he's literally draining a man's life in front of him. There you go. Get yourself a man who can do both. There you
Yes, of course, and in the realm of Monster of the Week, of course, he's still going to do some damage to you as
Mhm.
well. He looks at you as you drain some of the blood from his body, and he says, an eye for an eye. I knew I liked you for a reason. And he is going to shove you away from himself. Once you are done drinking, he waits patiently for that, of course. And then he slices at you the way that he sliced at your compatriots. Again, the strange hand, but leaving claw marks. And that does 3 harm. But of course, you take less.
Yeah, I take exactly 1, and Alex just looks even more angry about it. Like he almost ignores that 1 harm.
Yes, and as he strikes you, he says, for an eye. We'll see how long this goes. Okay, everybody is
Till the
skirmishing
world is
here.
blind.
Birdie, would you like to take another swing?
Yeah, I would quite like to make another swing at this guy.
Okay.
Let's see. That is a 5 and a 4, which is 9, plus 3, which is 12.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And do you want to say anything dramatic, do anything dramatic? You just whacking them.
Oh, there's definitely something.
This music makes you want to say plus ultra, doesn't it?
It super does, but that's not what's happening. I don't know. I don't think I say any. I can't think of anything off the top of my head. So, yeah, no. I swing one more time, like chopping down a tree towards him.
Okay. As you swing your axe into him, his eyes go wide and he buckles forward. and all of a sudden his corporeal form is gone. It poofs away, and all that's left behind is still this warlock. His shape, his size, his visage, but again, he is spectral, nearly invisible. And he looks up at you and says, I don't like you, but I do like that other guy. And he starts walking his way towards the body of the still unconscious, still fallen King Jimbo.
Alice spits on him.
The
And
holy
you know,
oil.
yeah, and you know what I mean.
That's fair. I was like, gross, but okay. That's right. You have holy oil in your mouth. I think.
No, Elsa. Sorry, continue.
Uh-oh. I'm not
Preemptive
gonna. You know what?
strike.
I'm not gonna look. I'm gonna try to get through this without.
It's
looking at chat now.
preemptive, I believe.
No,
Oh,
Oh, unless.
yeah.
Oh, never mind. Never
no,
mind.
no. I think yeah, it was.
Both preemptive and not
Yeah,
preemptive.
and also what's going on now with flavored loot.
Right.
Anyways, go on.
Anyways, yes. So, I think while this doesn't do any technical harm to him, you see him wince as this holy oil sticks onto him, and in a nearly comical move, sends some steam up from his spectral form. But he continues walking over to King Jimbo, and he is nearly on top of him at this point. And I'm just gonna keep describing unless one of you wants to tell me something.
Office,
You
do something.
see him.
Apophis wants to do some things, and
Oh,
that
yeah,
is
great.
called
Get his ass.
yeah.
It's called Get His Ass.
Real quick, I do have a quick question for the keeper. Did that spectre form leave his body, and so there's still a crumpled corpse leaving there, or did the corpse just gone?
The corpse is just gone.
Okay, thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
So Apophis is going to use magic to inflict harm.
Okay.
By basically trying to so what Apophis is going to try and do is basically his arms made out of beetles have this red glow inside of them, and the red glow is going to almost come outside of the beetles so that it is actually the magic that is holding his arms together that is doing the harm, as opposed to the physical like beetle smacking into you. And he is just going to he's going to take these like giant arms that are almost like encased in this red magic at this point and try and like scratch away or like forcefully push the warlock away from King Jimbo.
Roll it.
All right. 5 and 4 is 9, plus 2 is
11.
whatever 9. 11, yes.
Okay. So yes, on a 10 plus, the magic works without issues. You all see this beetle energy smack this warlock, and he falters a little bit. He falls backwards and kind of sits on the ground and looks up at you, Apophis, and says, I waited a really long time to get to this point. Are you all really going to make me do it again?
Oh. And then Alex, please. And is this okay?
Yeah, what do you want to do?
Alex is also going to use magic. He's going to step forward and he's removed one of the gauntlets and he just bites into his own hand so that blood starts to drip again.
Oh.
And again, glowing red eyes, he looks down and he says, not again. Be gone, monster. You don't belong in this world. And he holds out his hand and he's going to banish a spirit or curse from the person, object, or place it inhabits. In this case, this world. And here we go. That is 11 plus 3.
Damn.
Masha and Dustin just need to like switch dice. Like,
Yeah,
set-
for real,
Yeah,
like,
you
nail
guys need to
them
mail
one
each other's
another. Yeah,
dice
mail
to each other.
It's because I use a okay, no, still there. It's because I use a blue and she uses a red, I think, of the same thing. But
There you go.
6 and a 5.
So-
I use a gray one.
I use my desk table.
Mine would be in the floor.
It's valid.
So,
Be gone, thought.
Literally.
Elsa.
yeah, I think that the way I want to make it dramatic.
The pompous
The-
cast punch.
Sorry.
He really
The
did.
warlock looks up at you, Alex, as you are saying this, as you are biting into your hand and casting this magic over him. And he smiles and he says, I don't know that you can ever truly get rid of a warlock. But you can certainly fuck around and find out. And he dissipates.
He said the thing.
Asha, that was so good.
And the next moments are quiet, briefly, until the fireworks that Teddy set up all go off. Pop, 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 pop.
I am
Different colors.
terrified.
Emerge in the sky as the dust settles around the stadium. Megan walks up to you all and says, holy shit, that was the dopest thing I've ever seen in my fucking life. Remind me to hang out with you guys more often. And I think that that's where we'll end off, unless you guys have things you want to take care of. I can kind of outro us to everything that happens here.
Am I leaving with her?
I think that that is the assumption.
Okay.
So, I mean, we've gone this late. What's another few minutes to everybody on the East Coast for whom it's 1 a.m. Yeah, peace signs to those of you. Some of us are tired even though it's like 10.
Oh, by the way, Masha, someone said hi to you in chat.
See, I'm avoiding chat because I don't want to get distracted.
Well, now you're allowed to because
Ah,
now it's now it's
Julie!
roleplay time.
Hi, Julie.
I will-
Nice to see you. Thank you for coming. I don't know why I said that as I typed it. Julie, if you just showed up, we are at the end of our mystery, so it's you know. However, Megan expresses her excitement at everything that happens and turns to you, Birdie, and says, we gotta go back home. We have a report to make. But next time these guys call on me, I'll be sending you out. You destroyed that thing. But I think you'll have to come with us for now, at least. Can be a discussion with the boss.
I understand. And I turn to the three of you. And I say, it was a great delight to fight next to 3 very capable warriors again. So for that, I thank you. You have done me a great honor. And I hope that your travels and whatever quests you embark upon fare thee well. But I must go.
You're always welcome back at Old Tex, Birdie. Take care.
Thank you.
Alex
And
gives the nod.
Apophis kind of gives him like a little quick half bow type, like, I'm not quite sure what is respectful in your culture, but I'm going to try my best. And he's gonna just say, and it was an honor to fight alongside you as well.
Thank you. Well, I suppose we must be going.
Megan nods and says, "We can. I know that some parts of the fair may be closed for a couple days, but Anne welcomed me to stay with these folk if we wanted to stay a couple more nights and simply enjoy the festivities." And I think but before I take us out, does anyone else have any pressing matters to attend to?
I will say, Teddy, during any quiet time during that goodbye, he was peddling Franklin's fantastic fireworks. Since I didn't get to do my speech, but that's okay. And then
sorry.
That's okay. Before we exit out, I would say that at some point before Chuck wakes back up, or maybe after Chuck wakes back up, who knows? But Teddy will definitely go into the workshop, put the Book of the Evening back on the scanner, and have it begin to scan again. And then he's going to command Old Tex to do a word search for supernatural deals and how to break them.
Okay.
I get it. And Alex is going to remain very quiet while Birdie and Megan are there talking, and then when they turn to like walk away, he's gonna lean over to Teddy and say, "Is she gone?" And when he says yes, he's just gonna vomit.
Teddy just kind of pats him on the back. I've been there.
God bless.
Okay. Anything else, or are we good? All right. So, for a brief outro, the next few days are, if you all choose to stay, the fair closes for the rest of the night, but opens back up in the morning. You find out from Anne that everybody who had been possessed previously has returned to their normal state. No more strange headaches, at least not ones that are caused by supernatural beings and not hangovers from partying too hard the night before. And the rest of you make sure to talk to each person, debrief of what happened, and notify all the important folk that, yeah, this was just a performance, and for those who know better, that the warlock has been taken care of. The couple days after that, you all spend eating, drinking, and being merry. Birdie and Megan decide to stay with you all for a couple more nights before they have to return to home base. Birdie learns a little bit more about human culture, and I imagine that a lot more confusing conversations between him and Apophis take place where neither of them truly understand how mechanical things work. But let's be honest, does anyone really know?
I feel like if it's mechanical things, it's probably Chuck as well.
I get real hung up on electricity. I'm like, so you put lightning in a tiny metal tube.
This is a conversation that happens every night, regardless of how many times it's been explained, I imagine. And with everyone else's return to health, so too does Chuck awaken, a little bit disgruntled that a creature was briefly inside his head, but seems to be okay. A little peeved at Anne for tossing his leftover turkey legs, but she buys him some more. And I think that we zoom out with everybody back on the train, on their way to their next adventure. And we see a brief glimpse of Chuck reading a strange book that he bought from the fair. Strange title, strange text, but Nobody seems to notice but him. That is where I will end us off, since it's
And
already
that's a
been
story
so
for a different time.
Nice.
long. Next week, perhaps? Who would
Yes.
have guessed?
Great job, Masha.
All right.
Very
This
good,
was
Masha.
amazing. Very well done. And another round of applause for Eric for being our guest player. And guest character. Birdie was fantastic.
I really had a great time being Bertilak. I hope he wasn't too much.
He was so I loved him.
Yes.
Me too.
I'm glad.
He was
Me
excellent.
too.
I'm glad.
Beautiful. Thank you everyone for sticking with us. We hope you enjoyed the story. Reminder that tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Central Time, we will be having our live game night. Right now, Jackbox Games Party Pack 7 is on the lineup. We will probably be adding on to that as we come up. And then this Saturday, 7 Central, our Animal Crossing meetup is going to be streamed as well. So we hope that y'all can support us during those times. If not, totally cool. Thank you for supporting us tonight. We really appreciate it. And we hope you all have a great night. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank
Do we want to do
you.
quick into session questions or just
Yes,
go from there?
that's right.
Oh yeah,
I
that's
always
the thing.
forget about
isn't
that.
it?
Yes, we can do them. It'll take us but a moment.
Yes.
But yes, good night to anybody for whom it is way past their bedtime. Did we conclude the current mystery?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Did we save someone from certain death or worse?
Yes.
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 Great. Did we learn something new and important about the world?
Yes.
Yes.
Warlocks.
Magic
Warlocks
stuff,
are
yes.
real.
Rad. Did we learn something new and important about one of the hunters?
How important are Alex's interest in romantic partner?
I feel like we did learn about Alex's like leech life move. Like obviously we didn't we as characters didn't weren't like, oh, he just dealt 2 harm and then healed it back up. But like I think like that as Dustin said, that's the first time he's used that in game. So
Also,
Are we aware that Alex is a vampire?
yeah.
Yes.
I
think
didn't
so.
recall how clued in everyone was on that.
Birdie mentioned that he was in Camelot. I don't know if that will count.
Birdie's a new character, so yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
the fact that we met Birdie is, I was just going to say, like, we learned something new about one of the hunters. Birdie exists, and because Birdie's a hunter, even if Birdie's a guest hunter, Birdie is a hunter.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Definitely. And I think the answer is yes to this question, but in any case, answering 3 or 4 yeses gets the same outcome. So everybody gets to mark 2 experience. I don't know if that gets anybody to level up.
That get me to level up after
Oh, great.
the like
Wink.
holiday special. So
Okay.
whatever
Yeah.
whenever that
Yeah.
next time we play, I'll have leveled up. So
Yeah. For the sake of timing, why don't we save what the level ups are for the beginning of our next live show? And we can officially say goodnight to our adoring fans, the audience. Thank you again. We love you all very, very much. As a reminder, we are playing games tomorrow night. We are showing our Animal Crossing thing on Saturday. And I believe that our Winter Wonderland episode is going to be aired next Tuesday at our usual 5 o'clock Pacific, 7 o'clock Central, 8 o'clock Eastern. Your girl got to figure out her time zones.
You're good.
And finally, the music has been Adrian Von Ziegler, my homie. I don't know him personally, but I wish I did. He's cool.
It's a bop.
I'm going to stop talking.
Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Au revoir.
Good night, everyone.
Bye, everyone. Have a nice night.
Bye. My name is Dr. Alexander Rose, and as hard as it may be to believe, I am a vampire. Well, at least partly. I don't even truly remember how this came about. You see, I had a problem with certain controlled substances. I was a user. I also gave freely out of the pharmacy connected to my clinic. There were many that I shared with. All of this culminated with one night one bite, and my life changed forever. I'm now hunting for my sire, the one who turned me into this, and for any knowledge on my unique condition while trying to fix the life that I found myself in. I fight the urges. I work to try and make the world now a safer place for those like I once was, and for those like I am now. To prove my humanity remains, and that I'm more than monstrous.
My name is Anne Darelay, and it's lovely to meet you. For the bulk of my career, I've been a dating coach. This has been a bit contentious for my parents, who think that there are more respectable paths for me to take. What's important to me is that I'm helping people. That's not what got me to where I am now. One day, I stirred from a nap with a message from an unseen deity looping through my head. The apocalypse is coming, it said, and it is your duty to ensure it comes to pass. Something inside me had woken up. As silly as it sounds, I had powers. A year has passed, and I'm no closer to learning the origin of these powers, or bringing about the end of days at that, but I've still found a way to put them to good use. If you ask politely, I'll still give you tips on flirting with a beautiful stranger at the bar. But if they turn out to be a shapeshifter, then I'll be the one to take them out.
I am the head of Apophis, the Egyptian snake god prophesied to swallow the sun and bring about the end of the world. I was summoned from my slumber about 20 years ago by a group who didn't understand the weight of their actions, by a group that failed to acknowledge my power. And so I was split. I should have been risen as a horrifying, monstrous snake, large enough to swallow the sun, but instead I'm just the head of one. As I wondered, contemplating the life I now had before me, this form couldn't bring about the end of days, I began to appreciate the world around me and see what it had to offer. The apocalypse is my destiny, but I'm not sure it's the future I really want.
The name's Chuck Duval, though some people might be more familiar with my old work title, the Silencer. You could say I was a hitman. I used to take out anyone for the right price, be it people or monsters. How many people I killed is a secret between me and God. I've been retired for the past couple of years, but things change. Retirement got boring, and I don't have that much time left to waste doing crossword puzzles in between my daily dose of Vicodin. So might as well use it to silence a few deadbeats on my way out.
1 second, folks. Recalibrating the sonic rifle. Almost there. Hot damn! Oh, shit. Oh, I apologize. Let me introduce myself. My name is Theodore Ulysses Franklin. You can call me Teddy. Born in good old San Antonio, Texas, back in 1959. My mama was Mexican, my daddy a cow rancher, and sí, hablo español. After graduating from MIT with various degrees, I delved into some of the fringe sciences. There, I discovered the existence of the supernatural, and I realized my purpose: researching the unexplained and protecting normal folks from the terrors in the dark. My savings went into building Old Tex, my mobile base of operations, out of the scraps of a 442 Atlantic steam locomotive. Old Tex and I travel across the country, fighting monsters, protecting people, and riding the rails.